1 second. 1 second.
Almost.
It's been.
And we're live. We're live. We're live.
Almost.
We're live.
Hello, everybody.
For the
There we
first
go.
time.
We had to change some things because some issues happened.
No,
and
no issues happened. I just made a mistake. That's what
No
happens.
issues happened.
Quote one.
Either way. Either way. Welcome to another episode of Shadows. Yeah. Thank you for all who are.
Episode 25, for the record.
Oh, jeez. Episode 25. I mean, this would have been episode like 28, 29, 30, give or take, but we didn't start streaming.
We're on session 31.
Oof. 31.
Well, we're officially halfway to vintage. We're halfway to vintage.
I mean, it can go
Jesus.
that far, but
Pretty sure vintage is 50 years older.
I am beyond.
last
Moving on.
time to recap. So last time the party went over to Gerania City after quickly leaving from Alamari because people's dad came bursting through the door, all "Hi, honey, I'm home," and they just wanted to get out of there as fast as possible. They went Sanic fast.
He
Now-
loves his wife, okay?
Fast as fuck, boy.
Moving
He's
on.
their king star.
Moving on.
The group went to while they were out camping one of the nights on the way there. Rosmira spotted someone with yellow eyes, amber eyes, and that person left quickly without much of a trace. Didn't find the remaining footsteps that she pick up the trail, and the group forward to join the city. Deemed it November 13th as officially Pick on Garrick Day. And once
Yeah,
they
I've
arrived
been to
there,
roll 20.
Korvac had
Oh, there you are. I'm an idiot.
Oh, yeah. Korvac had a nice little chat with Queen of Jornania City by the name of Queen Exilus. And with that, he was given a clearance to go and investigate kidnappings that had been around there. Well, as they had gotten towards the factory, Korvac and his newfound pet have found a mysterious stranger standing before the factory's entrance, later to be identified as Coraline. However, while they were inside the factory, they came across disturbing documents, disturbing images within there, and they rescued some Dragonborns while destroying the factory. During the middle of the fight, the group discovered that
Oh, shit.
It's
He
all a
has
dream.
committed suicide.
Yep. No, he's in permagreen. I will finish the recap then, since he's in permagreen. The group discovered, and I'm phrasing that very nicely here, that the woman known as Caroline was actually Courtney Cornelius, aka Garrick's daughter, but all grown up.
From the future!
Yep. After they managed to destroy one of the Epsilon robots, as well as the mechanical Dragonborns, the party managed to get everyone out, transporting some of them via portable hull, which we took them out immediately after, because, there's only so much air in there, where we managed to heal some of them, spare the dying others, and make sure that the people were able to get out safely. And then Courtney proceeded to tell the party what happened in the future. We lost.
Long
Hard.
story short, we fucked up.
No, we don't know what happened exactly, but we know we lost. Cassandra won.
We know we lost. That's all
Alright,
we
then.
know.
And we just realized that Cassandra won. So
And there is some
recap
notable
done.
figure known as the Death Knight.
Recap done.
at least, yep. Apparently, I'd cut out
You were
cut out
permagreen.
Discord.
Yeah, you were
You were
permanent.
permagreen.
Yeah. Either which way. So, Courtney looks at each and every one of you guys, and from the grimace that she had last time, she kind of just picked up the smile again. It's like, all right, so we better get going and getting out of here and trying to report the stuff in. But I also need to make sure and report back to camp.
I'm assuming
If
you're
you guys
camp.
like, yes. If you'd like, you guys back there would be on the way to Almari, unless if you guys have business elsewhere.
Currently, we need to return the citizens to their city, considering they came out with us.
And inform the Queen that there was indeed some suspicious activity going on.
Of course. Understand. Well, hopefully the
Not-
Queen will at least
not to
give
make-
some escorts over for those.
You're kind of a little bit,
Kidnap.
Jacob.
Only a
I
little
am.
bit.
A little bit. It's subtle. At least on my end. Is he good on your guys' end?
I hear him cutting out a little bit too. So.
Yeah, he's cutting
Give
out
me
a
a
little
second.
bit on my end.
Just a teeny tiny bit.
Okay. Is this better?
It's better for now. Keep talking.
Yes.
Alright. Anywho. I'm sure the guards, or I'm sure the Queen at Joinian, or Inia, love to go and, at the very least, send some guards to escort those that captured, well,
I need that again.
kidnapped from still cutting in and out.
Not for
Yeah.
me. Not.
Not for me.
me,
it's
yeah.
fine for me.
It might be okay. Just keep going, Jacob.
Might just be my
Anywho.
connection.
I'm sure the
Probably.
send some guards and help escort those that came back to their rightful places.
We're about 3 days from the city. They'll need protection in the meanwhile.
Well, it's a good thing we're here.
Yep.
It's a good thing that there's guard stations along the.
There was only one last what we saw coming down.
Yeah, which there was one, but that's still a day's journey, so we do have to. We still have to escort them because this is freezing cold. These people do not have equipment to survive the cold. We need to make sure that they get there safely.
Oh god, it's an escort mission.
Yep.
Well, guess it's best that we be on our ways then.
Probably.
Well, I guess before we're out and on to, probably chop down a few over by the bridge.
It's happening again on my end.
All right, give me a
Why-
second. Switching mics.
Why is it so bad?
Also, by the way, I want to say this right now. We should definitely incite those guards to make sure they won't end up that they will
Okay.
definitely do.
Is this
Oh,
better?
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's better.
Absolutely.
All right, so
So woo-
I'm going to have to use my other headset for.
We'll figure it
streaming, I
out.
guess,
We
but
will
that's
We'll
okay.
figure it out. We'll figure it out.
Yeah, we'll work with it. Either which way. In any case,
Is the headset that I got you that's fucking up?
yes.
Aw.
Unfortunately,
it might work better on the computer.
might be the case.
We will figure it out later. For now, we have to keep
figure it
going.
out later.
We gotta keep
Damn,
going.
Richard.
Let's keep going. We have no time to linger on this.
In any case, once we reach the bridge line, I'll start chopping down some wood and start carrying that along the bridge line. So that way, once we camp out on the bridge, we can
I'll take care of the
at
firewood.
least have some form of a fire.
We got plenty of
it's already
firewood.
bad.
We
Also-
have plenty of firewood.
Also,
Yeah.
camping out on a
It's all
bridge
in the
made of
black
ice with a
hole.
fire sounds really bad.
Yeah, also, yeah, that too. We should probably camp before the bridge.
Camp before
then
the
what would you-
bridge, and then camp
Yeah.
after the bridge.
Yeah,
Unless you
probably.
want to cross the
We could do
bridge.
that, yes.
Yep. Now, in
You
terms
guys
of
want to cross
firewood,
the bridge?
I have extra from our. I still have at least 3 nights worth from our last dealing, so we're fine there.
All in the
Probably
black
going
hole.
to need a
Wait,
bigger
you're
fire though
always-
because
Isn't
of
there... Hold on. I may have something for this. There's a cleric spell that was introduced in Tasha's Cauldron. Hold on.
Oh.
Let me look it up.
Real quick.
For the
That
record,
was
Again,
that I saw last night.
for the record,
Corny looks over at you, Garrick.
Mhm.
You know, you're always prepared, Dad. At least from what I've heard.
Usually.
Unlike the old man over there,
oof.
not having any firewood with them. Rookie mistake. Just wait until
hear-
Evelyn sees that.
kid,
You
Or
hear,
hears about that.
you hear
Courtney,
a small chuckle from Solace.
Courtney,
Oh, I get that
the
at
fact that
some
you're
point.
here proves that I didn't. The fact that you're here proves I didn't prepare for everything.
Unfortunately, there's only so much you can prepare for, Dad.
Either way. How is this not the first time I've seen this happen? Garrick thinking back on
What?
his the realm of Requiem.
That I'm not sure. You never left any notes for me and telling any tales about this happening,
Not this.
at all beforehand.
No, not this exactly. Something similar. You should have read that passage in the journal about the realm of Requiem.
Oh yes, you did leave about that.
Yeah, I wrote down that one of the MacGuffins, as they're called, one of the children from the future, Amber, I believe her name was there as well. So surprisingly, I am. This is not my first time doing something like this.
Solace just has this big. Solace just has this big look of what the fuck on her face.
Basically, we're in a realm outside of the norms of space and time, thus making everything relative. So the laws of what we call time didn't exactly flow normally there.
What the fuck?
Someone by the name of Amber.
You're with us now,
really
Solace.
She sounds
Welcome.
really pretty.
Coffee.
In any case, though, Dad, I have to ask, what were the MacGuffins like?
Weird.
Okay, come on.
Weirder than
There is no
weirder than us, Garrick?
Much.
Much.
I'm assuming we're walking and talking. I will explain bits and
talking.
Yeah, I will explain bits and pieces to her. Just nothing terribly. Everything that I thought of them, it was in the journal.
So, to hear from your perspective has always been something I had once dreamed of, and, well, I get the chance to at least do it.
How old
Why
were you? Alrighty. At this, what time is the day of this? At this point, Jacob.
I am sad.
It's 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
All right. Well, let's.
Wait, question for the DM: how far away from the bridge was the ice wall?
It was about. It was an hour's journey.
All right. So we
From the
get
bridge
these.
to the
Yeah.
ice wall.
So and there are guards posted on the ice wall.
No. Okay.
Well,
There isn't. There are guards posted at the bridge, but they're in the middle of it.
Alright, so in that case, already.
So the suggestion I'm gonna make, or Solace would say, she has some skill in survival if I recall correctly. Let me check so I can check if this would play. She does not, never mind, but she does have a +1, so it says, while I'm not often I do not feel the cold. Other people may not be so lucky, and with lack of shelter, it may be best to corral them by the ice wall and attempt to build an ice cave, just to keep them out of the wind.
That's true. Also, Korvac, do you have any sending left in you?
No, I do not, because I use Mass Healing Word.
That's fair.
As my last 3rd level.
Mass Healing Word's a 4th level, I thought.
No.
It's a 3rd. Okay, well, more you know.
Mass Cure Wound
is a 5th level.
Actually,
Mass
there's
Cure
no
Wounds
spells in 4th.
Yeah,
Mass Cure
that's right.
Wounds is
That's
5th.
right. Alrighty then. We need to make sure the gods are aware in advance, so that way we can better prepare to transport these many people.
Level.
Yep, saying is 3rd level.
I mean, I can definitely do something if you want to give me a short rest so I can change my spell.
We're probably gonna have to have a short rest because we need some people to go across the ice bridge to let the guards know so that they can prepare to handle. How many factory workers are there, Jacob?
There are at least 40 workers with you.
Okay, so 40 workers. So we'll need them.
Courtney and a few are childs.
Okay.
If I use a spell, she might send that idiot. I don't want her to send that idiot.
Okay.
No.
Courtney looks at you guys. Well, if it means anything, I could at least use the mention door and get myself a little ways down the ice bridge and alert the guards.
They don't know who you are. Take Korvac with you. They would know him more than they would know you.
How many times can you cast that spell?
You can cast it about 1 at the very least.
Yeah. So
once again, Solace relinquishes her cape to Korvac and says, You know what to do.
That's only to get back, because,
I am-
like,
I have not used its ability yet, so they can dimension door to the guards and then dimension door back.
well, when they're relatively closer, this is just to get a head start,
Yeah.
considering. But yeah, Dimension Door can take 2 people.
It is
so
a long way there.
It is a long way there, and if I'm going to be honest, 400 feet does not make too much of a difference.
Not really.
I think someone with a mount should go, personally, out of game. So...
Wow.
Yeah.
I don't have a. I don't have
I
fine
Frost
speed.
One of
Strike.
us has a
Yeah, you have a
frost
frost-
strike.
I was about to say,
I-
Korvac should because he has a frost strike.
Then Korvac should...
Korvac
Yeah.
goes.
Yeah, then Korvac should go simply because he was the one given permission. He's the one they would know. He's the royal. He has the most clout.
Yeah.
And we don't
I
need to
can't-
deal with asshole guards who are like, yeah, far-fetched story.
Yeah.
You know what? That's fair.
Korvac...
Even
guess
if some
I'll-
people be assholes.
I guess I'll make a start on the. I guess I'll. Okay, so the rest of you guys go and help corral the workers for the night. I'll make a start on the ice cave, and then you guys can help me. I have firepower, so I can help melt the ice.
Yep. In the meantime,
Solus,
Yes.
I'll go with you. To at
Okay.
least in the event that we could be attacked. Just in case we could, and just in case we might be attacked by wolves or something of that sorts.
Oh god, wolves are not a threat at our level.
Yeah.
Nope.
If that's what you insist.
However, with that being
Of
said, Garrick is going to pick up his hand axe. I'll get some spare in case we don't have enough for 40 people. So
We're gonna need a big fire.
no, not big fires, just a group, just small groups spread out with smaller fires. Big fire doesn't let everyone warm up. The smaller fires, at the very least, get more people within its range.
Overall, we're going to need a big fire.
Overall,
Even if it's split out into little fires.
Yep. Okay, so Garrick is gonna go chop down another tree to.
And Solus is just gonna like fucking spam firebolt at a part of the ice wall to make a cave.
So, what checks are involved for that, Jacob?
Give me un momento real quick.
Sure.
I guess while they're doing that, I'm trying to keep the people calm, keep them corralled.
Yep.
Yeah, Elrin is gonna help Rasmira keep him calm and warm while they're working on that.
How many people are there?
I think he said 40 workers, and if
At least 40 workers.
40, yeah, 40 workers. Some of them are.
Yep. So around 40.
Some children,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay. Alright.
Next.
Well, I guess, yes. Korvac and Courtney goes. Is it
Would-
Courtney?
No,
Or is it
Courtney's
someone else?
going. No, Korvac's going by himself. Apparently, Courtney decided to help Solus making the shelters.
Okay.
And I'm chopping firewood to make sure that in case that big
You know
ass tree I chopped down doesn't have enough wood, we have some spare.
Unless you want one of us to go with you.
Actually, yeah, that's a good point.
It's like, do you want one of us to go with you?
Okay. Jacob, what I'm saying,
Yeah,
I have a spell called Planar Ally. Now, Korvac will go himself, but what he wants to do when he gets back is that he'll use Planar Ally to have Nami send a creature of aid, so that I can have that creature of aid take the people for us, so that way we can continue on towards the prison.
Yes, I had just saw that because whenever I was typing that out, the message for whatever reason didn't appear for me.
Yeah.
What, like, is there any specific?
Planar ally, it depends on what class you are as well as what you worship.
Yeah, and since it's Nami, it's gonna be
A
a creature
celestial.
classified as celestial.
Richard Kermitus die.
Yep, all right.
So
see,
yeah. Now you probably heard me saying earlier that I hope she doesn't send that idiot.
what idiot are
Remember
you talking
the
about?
kid? Remember the kid I absolutely humiliated in the.
Oh, that guy.
Oh, yeah.
that guy. 1 second. Oh, wow.
No, she's not gonna do that.
Yeah, here, just so you can see for yourself.
I'll just...
I can
Uh,
ask the creature to perform the service in exchange for payment, but that's completely up to the creature.
Mm-hmm.
So she'll send someone, but it doesn't mean that they'll help me.
No, so payment is quite literally anything. It could be a celestial might take a sizable donation of gold or magic items to an allied temple, while a fiend might demand a living sacrifice or a gift of treasure. Some creatures might exchange their service for a quest undertaken by you.
She would send. Let me take a look here, because there's siege port.
Because they don't leave until the job is done and
yep.
they have gotten their payment.
So basically, yeah. Basically, it's a guaranteed thing.
Up to 10 days.
Which we know it won't take that long because we crossed this and it took like a day or two at worst.
Yeah.
Question is still, even a celestial might have trouble transporting 40 workers over such a distance.
Well, okay, it's basically to deliver them to the halfway point, to where the rest of the soldiers and stuff would be at.
It's still only a guard point. It's a guard tower, so I still don't think it would have lodging for 40 people.
Not lodgings, but
it's
it can.
Stronghold.
It's a stronghold, and on top of that, we're going in advance to prepare them for it, so they have time to prepare.
Yeah,
What did
exactly.
Nothing. We're just going over plans.
Yeah.
We don't need to, obviously, and then it's after that they only need to host them for about a day, maybe 2, and then they're back in the city.
Just want to make sure that. Go ahead.
I think that would work.
She would send. She would send in a Pegasus, larger than average size Pegasus.
Oh.
To there.
Not him.
I got.
I
Yeah,
guess
but is
that'll
it
work.
the one Pegasus?
That's what I was gonna say.
Is it the one Pegasus?
Is it the one Pegasus?
Yes, it's the one Pegasus, but
Oh
it's
my
the
God.
larger than average size Pegasus.
Oh no, people are gonna feel so berated.
Sorry,
Better-
Mom.
As opposed to working in that factory.
True. Oh.
So this is.
I guess a Pegasus that spews insults like it's nothing is okay.
Is better than me. It is better than me.
Solace is still probably gonna start work on the ice cave to help. Even saying that, the Pegasus, even if it can fly really quick, it's gonna have to take 3 people at a time.
With that being said, though, actually, shit, you may not need to go, Korvac, because I just remembered that one hostage, that famous inventor's son, we sent him on his way in the beginning of this, so he's probably already to the guards.
We did send that one.
Yeah.
So, but even if the Pegasus is taking 3 or 4 people, it's going to take 10 trips, so it's still going to need to shelter them for the meantime.
Yeah.
That's true.
So, and actually, after when what was her name? Sorry, Coraline came to help me.
Courtney.
No, it's Courtney.
It's Courtney.
Courtney came to help me. Solace would she'd mutter some incantations, make some signs with her blade, and then touch Courtney on the back. And Courtney feels all of a sudden this heat inside of her, almost like it wants to be let out. I've just cast Dragon's Breath on her.
Nice.
She can now, as an action, she can now breathe a 50-foot cone of fire.
For how long? For how long?
For an hour, for up to a minute.
For up to a minute. Okay, so that will. Yeah, so that's
So,
probably...
in other words, a massive help on burning into the ice. 50-foot cone as opposed to a firebolt.
What did you exactly do to me?
Yeah.
Just let that point your mouth at the ice wall and let that fury out. It'll really help us. Let me show you how
sweet.
it's done. Let me show you how it's done, and then she'll use her own Dragonborn breath at the wall.
It's a shame my brother isn't here to see this. He would have loved to have done this instead of me. Oh well, this is still pretty fine. She goes and starts breathing as well.
I only get to do it once though, because I'm a dragon. That's my inbuilt Dragonborn breath weapon.
Yep, but however, she gets to do it. 1 second.
Well,
10 rounds.
Up to a minute, so 6 times.
No, that's 10 times. Each round is worth
10
6
times.
seconds in combat, not 10 seconds.
Yeah, so 10 times. Clearing out so basically a 150-foot cavern.
Yeah, but you got to deal with a fuck ton of water, which is now going to turn into slick.
Oh
Slick
yeah, it's gonna
ice
freeze.
because it'll freeze.
Still,
Hang on, I'll be right back. I got a phone call.
so
Okay.
should we say what we managed to clear out about an 80-foot cavern then, shall we say?
Yeah.
Alrighty.
Between us, and me just spamming firebolt like a lunatic because I can't. Sadly it's concentration. Otherwise I'd do it to myself as well.
I mean, oh no, you can't twin cast that, yeah, so.
Wait, do I have? It targets one person, but I don't think I'm not sure if I have twin spell. Let me check.
Yeah, I would.
I
But
know I have a
I'll be
couple of
honest,
them
I
that
wouldn't
function.
waste it simply because we don't know if anything else will.
No, I have careful and empowered. I do not have twin. So we managed to clear out an 80-foot cavern in the ice wall for people to cower in, shall we say, until the Pegasus shows up to take them.
All right, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Look back.
Welcome back.
Alrighty, so that's our plan.
And then, even though it won't be much, Solace is going to take a torch out of her backpack, light it with her touch because she can do that. Then she's going to throw it on the ground and cast Control Flames to make it expand into a 5-foot cube. It's a small bonfire until we get enough wood to make bigger bonfires.
Yep. Speaking of which, do I need to roll anything for that, Jacob?
Survival check.
Oh, last time I was athletics. Okay. I'm gonna give myself guidance
Sure.
because there was really no reason not to, especially when it's a cantrip. 17
Yep.
plus 4, 21.
Soft 21.
All right. Despite the cold and harsh winter weather here, you were able to find really, really good, really good wood.
I cut down a tree or two. That's about it.
He finds a couple good quality trees.
Yeah.
Also, considering the fact that you need a short rest to change your spell and the casting time for playing your ally is 10 minutes, we'll still got to shelter them for an hour and 10 before we can do anything.
Which, to be fair, that's part of this, anyways. So
Yeah, that's why it probably is still a good idea to make the ice cavern.
Yep. So I come back dragging with ropes 2 trees, and then when we're at camp, I begin the process of chopping them up into usable firewood.
You know
Right,
what?
that's
Considering,
fine.
actually, you know what? Considering it's specifically made for doing this kind of thing, even though it's really technically abusive, but it's a magic sword, Solace is going to help with the Sword of Sharpness because it does max damage against objects. So
Yeah.
she slices it up like a motherfucker.
Nice.
Even though
Nice.
I keep thinking it's a sword, hitting it against the tree is abusive thing. No, it's a magic sword. It's nigh unbreakable.
It's a magic sword. It's all right.
Yeah. Anyways, Jacob. Also, and then would Rasmira and Elora need to roll anything to help calm the quote unquote workers who we just freed?
Probably charisma.
I mean, it is kind of scary to see somebody in full plate armor.
I'd say charisma.
So,
Actually, hold on. What does
You guys want to make sure that they're not still inflicted by any spells, so you might want to detect magic first.
Yeah, I
Why
could.
did
that,
I
Rasmira?
could cast. Yep, I got detect magic.
you can ritual
And then
cast
if
it.
if
Yeah,
they're still
I'll
inflicted
ritual
by
cast
charm
it.
spells, just give them a slap.
I mean,
Usually, well, I mean, okay, the thing is, most charm spells will break after receiving any sort of damage.
Yeah, but these guys are overworked, so like we got to be careful about that. But
they're overworked.
Yeah.
Well, still.
and we're trying to calm
You
them
can
first.
splash
so.
them with freezing water if you want, but that might make things even worse.
Some of it
Exactly.
Yeah.
So why don't we
Might
wait,
make things even worse.
So why don't we hold
I
off
will
on that?
ritual cast detect magic.
Jacob?
I mean, I can make unarmed strikes against them because I only deal 1 damage with unarmed.
He only deals 1 damage. I'll be dealing 3 at a time.
No, it's one. Yeah, one damage plus strength.
Yes, I have a 0 to my
He has a 0 in the strength, so he'll only be dealing 1.
Guys,
So
come on,
one
let's
damage.
keep going. let's keep going because we're losing track here.
So I will ritual cast detect magic.
So that's 10 minutes.
Yep.
10 minutes.
So I don't
10 seconds.
waste a spell slot, and I will make sure that that none of them are under any
If
magical
you're ritual
influence.
casting, it doesn't waste a spell slot.
Yeah, that's
doesn't.
what she said. She ritual casted it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did. Why are you confusing me, guys? Stop!
Okay.
Just
I
stop
thought you
it.
said
Okay, guys.
Go.
Anywho,
Quiet.
Do
So-
any of them have any magical signatures that I should
No.
worry about?
I mean, aside from a few of them knowing bits and pieces of magic, you do not detect anything such as charms or anything of that sort. So they are not under a spell.
Okay, that's good.
Alright,
That's
so
good.
Meanwhile, Korvac is outside and he is drawing a magic circle.
well, we weren't
Because
done with them yet because
Cidria ally.
we had to calm them. Remember, they
Yeah.
were trying to calm them. So,
Yeah.
well,
So
Yeah.
what are we rolling?
Roll Christmas.
Charisma.
so are you both rolling separate ones, or is one giving the other advantage?
19.
I guess it's the general one.
I mean,
not bad.
we already rolled it.
All right, so
I guess I'll give Valoran the help action.
Not
No
that it
need, I rolled
matters.
a 19.
No need to.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, you pass. They are after about. I gotta say, after about 20 minutes.
After about 20 minutes.
Oh,
he's
permagreen.
Permagreen.
Circle of death. It's the green circle of death.
Dun, dun, dun. What? Oh, that's real mature.
Oh, that's real mature.
Oh,
Ding,
the
ding.
technology. This is the equivalent of the blue screen of. We see DM go on permagreen. It's like, oh, that's real mature. Thanks, Discord.
Wait, do I have? No, Wrathful Smite is not in here. I should have that.
well, don't say Mike died. It's-
No, he
it-
knows
this was-
exactly what I mean.
Okay, because with him. But anyways,
How dare you?
Aw.
Oh, that's real mature.
And he gone.
He back.
And he's just fucking down.
okay, Jacob, can you hear
God
us?
damn it!
Yeah.
There we
Yeah.
go.
Still permagreen.
Okay,
Okay, let's move on.
He's good.
Let's keep going.
at about 6 o'clock, you guys hear the sound of a horse, come trampling outside or trotting outside, and the flap of wings. When you go
Oh, it's
outside, you
Pegasus.
see the Pegasus, and the
You
Pegasus
guys,
looks
you
at
guys
you
also
guys.
see Korvac sitting there, looking completely out of it, and he's just thinking mentally, why did she send him of all creatures?
Oh.
Yo,
Hey,
Jay.
the Pegasus looks at you guys. All right, who summoned me?
I point to
Which is
Korvac.
obviously me.
We all point at Korvac.
Point at Korvac.
We all point at Korvac.
Ah, I see. You summoned me. Well, it just so happens that my mother just so happened to tell me that you. Well, you're not old, you're not grumpy. Okay, no, you're a little grumpy, but.
Yeah, insults, insults. Just, Korvac, why did you summon this thing?
I asked for a creature of aid, and I did not specify what kind of creature of aid.
Alrighty then.
That is
Did
your
not know
fault.
she
Well,
would
that's
send
kind of on you,
this one.
Korvac.
So, I like Korvac do the talking here, since he's the one who summoned it. This is his show.
Anyways,
In any case, what can I help you with?
how many people can you carry at a time?
Well, because just before I left, I was thankfully enlarged a little bit. Felt odd. I can at least take about 6 people.
That's good enough. That drastically cuts down the trip. Okay, now you see down there, down towards the crevasse, and then you see the little bridge out there in the water made of ice.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, there is a guard station halfway down. All right, and I need you to transport all these people, except for us, obviously.
The well-equipped
there.
ones.
Yes, thank
Other
you so
than the
much.
well-equipped
Anyways.
ones.
Anyways, I need you to transport the civilians down to the guard station at the halfway mark.
Oh yeah! I love spending my Friday nights going and transporting people down to a bridge. All right.
None of the sass.
Let's hop on.
None of the sass.
None of the sass, or I will not pay you.
It's not you paying me that I'm worried about. No.
Oh,
my
yes,
mother.
you're right.
Again, none of the sass. Can you help us?
Of course I can help. Besides, I like people anyhow.
Alright, Garrick moves. Alrighty, folks. We have transportation for you to get back to your homes. They can carry 6 at a time, so if you have family members, group up via that way. We'll start with the most injured and make our way down.
Hopefully people don't complain.
Nah, they're murmuring, but they bring the injured up first.
Yeah, because they take priority.
He is a holy Pegasus. Please do not be afraid. Just know he has a bad
No.
mouth.
Don't worry, I won't go and curse around you guys if you guys have children. I ain't that bad.
Regardless, alrighty. Injured first, then we'll move on to groups of families.
After about 10 minutes, you guys get everybody that he can fit on there. All right, I'll be back in a bit. Give or take about 30 minutes.
Okay.
Oh, hey, by the way, big guy, white hair. Yeah, some people riding horses are coming across the bridge. I mean, one of them is a beautiful horse, but aside from that, you look like you got guards coming your way. Anyhow,
I'm sorry, what
I'll
the
see
fuck?
y'all in the back.
We got gods?
We've got guards coming our way.
Yeah, they look like they're
Oh, yes,
just heading from the guard tower. Looks like
They're headed here.
They're here to assist with the transportation.
As far as we know, just be careful in case.
Yeah, keep on your guard.
Rasmira,
Mm-hmm.
I say I'll do it. Rasmira, you and me should spend the time we've got preparing another detect magic in case they're under influence.
Alright.
in any case, they'll be here in about an hour.
Well then,
I'll be
get
back by
moving.
then to pick up another bunch.
Get moving.
And he goes and flies off.
Yep.
So, about 15 minutes from now, you and me get ready to cast another detect magic.
10
I don't
minutes.
like-
I would wait until the hour is up because, you know.
Well, we need 10 minutes to cast it, and then it lasts for 10 minutes or whatever.
Yeah.
So I will wait till the end of it.
We're gonna ritual cast it just before the time is up, so we have it active when the guards arrive.
Yeah.
Okay, guards. I heard
Courtney-
gods. I heard gods.
Guards.
Oh,
Oh,
God.
Guards.
Oh,
Multiple
God.
gods
Courtney-
coming our way.
Yeah.
Courtney leans in and whispers to you, Elrin. Is celestial beings always acting like that?
Not as far as I know.
Unfortunately for us.
Well, she was saying that to Ellerin. She was whispering to Ellerin.
He was probably just like, pretty much. It's a running
Ah. Right. I'll make
Elrin,
note of that.
What the hell is wrong with that Pegasus?
You don't want to know. Garrick sighs.
Well, if it's one thing I know for sure, it's got sass. But it definitely doesn't have class.
Has a very
It
good
has-
mouth.
Elrin
It
just
has-
face palms.
Garrick.
It has
Garrick Picard faces. Garrick just Picard faces.
What? It's true.
I love how Garrick and Eller
Not
both did the
wrong.
same thing, which just we both.
No,
just
you
fucking
head slap.
face
I just
palm.
no, you face palm. I Picard to face here.
In
Solus
any
does
case,
that. Solus does that one
I
face
just
palm move where the
chuckled.
hand goes through the head. That's pretty much Solus right
Yeah, anyways,
now.
moving on.
with this, Courtney goes back to the rest of the civilians and starts talking to them inside.
Notably, Garrick is staying a little bit away currently. He's reading that future journal, which he gets some information about, but he's only going to take it with a grain of salt, considering that the future's already changing. So this is basically guidelines at best.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Some important. Oh, where did I put it? Do.
Even
There are
Jesus
stuff
people.
listed, at least up to a year from now, and that year from now is the last thing that you could read in there.
So the last entry is within
Oh.
a year, which implies that we have a year before whatever happens.
Yep. With this though, you do read some interesting things about the surrounding area. For example, three noticeable things in the Algorneth Mountains, which are the mountains located west
In the what
of
mountains?
Avenel.
Algorian Mountains?
Algorneth.
Algorneth Mountains.
Algorneth.
Okay.
There, it is listed in there that there is an abandoned air temple, and within that air temple, there was you would find information regarding the northern elemental tribes that Solus is currently looking for.
Okay.
However, they're not there. They went to the Sacred Forest of
Okay, that actually saves us a
Forest.
lot of time considering, because we were going to go to that
Sacred
temple.
Forest for pilgrimage.
Alrighty.
As for the location of that meetup, you learn that place was actually set as a trap, not for you guys in particular, but only if the people that show up, if like anybody else that shows up there isn't who they are meant to meet up within the week's time, and so they would have scouts, scouted everywhere.
So basically, they will trap anyone who they're not expecting.
Yep.
All right.
I mean, at least that comes in there. If it's civilians, they leave them alone.
But if it's like a well-armed adventuring party, for example.
Yeah.
So I'm assuming that in this journal, because this was my journal, I would have written down in that journal if we had been ambushed.
Yes.
Alrighty.
With this, there's something else you learn, Garrick.
Okay.
Located within Zenith City, a treaty was formed on November 28th of this current year between the Alestrian Empire, the Kingdom of Avenel, the Kingdoms of Tokaruth, the Voindog Republic, and the Sumal Alliance, and in a trade alliance. Additionally, with this, you also learn that there is a secret underground research facility located underneath the Enemize research station in Zenith City on the Eastern Wall. There are entrances to that place via the sewers, and that's unfortunately unfortunately all that's there.
Fair enough.
There was, yeah.
I'm assuming some of this journal is degraded to time, so.
Mm-hmm.
Also, okay, so I need those names of those what they are going to. Who is going to be the treaty again?
They are going let's see, one. So the Kingdom of Avenel.
Okay, the Kingdom
Avenel. If you need reference, their names are on the map.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, 1 second. Kingdom of Avenel. So basically, most of the north. Fuck.
Yep.
Avenel.
With the trade, the Voindog Republic.
Okay. 1 second. Let me find that on the map.
On
the eastern part.
Yep.
No, that's the western part.
That is west.
Or western. Sorry, I gotta work on my directions.
Never eat shredded wheat.
Right.
Shut up.
The Voindog.
Well, as I was taught.
Anyway,
the
never
Voindog
eat
what?
shredded wheat.
The Voindog what? The Voindog Alliance?
Republic.
Okay, the Voindog. That's actually really good because you don't have a Republic there. Okay, next one.
Then there's the Sumal Alliance.
The Sumal.
And
okay, 1 second. Where's that on this?
They're south of Voindog.
Southwest.
Southwest. Okay, Sumal Alliance.
And then the Kingdom of Tokaruth.
And
which is to the east of Samal.
Yep. Yep, 1 second. Yeah, so obviously this was staged for these things. So the whole west is fuck. And what was that say name again? One last time? Sirog. Okay, there.
Sumal. But they are
Sirlog, yeah.
they are going to make a trade, an alliance for trading purposes. Well, yeah.
Which, since Garrick is not an idiot, it's obviously not just that.
And there's also a underground chamber in the
Oh, I got
underground
that.
chamber of Zinad City. That's interesting.
Wait, in the journal it says there's a separate underground chamber.
There's an underground chamber under the
I'm asking
underground
Jacob.
chamber of
I'm
the
asking Jacob.
Enemy.
No, there is an underground chamber underneath the NMI's
The MMIs?
research. NMI's Magic Institution.
Oh, MMI.
Research facility there. One of many, of course, but
Which, we have
You
enough
said on-
evidence to bring them down
You
at the very
said-
least.
You said on the east wall, correct?
yep, on the east.
So it's under the facility on the east wall.
Mm-hmm.
Which is a staging thing. And alrighty. Also, I also have to put in my notes.
Note taker is being a note taker.
I am,
Except he's a loud Marisha, because we could hear his keyboard.
unfortunately, which I'm sorry.
Shit happens.
Anyways, alright, that's all I can gather in one night's reading.
Yep.
Alright. I will look at that more later, but Garrick is going to keep away from the group for now. Contemplate on this information.
As you're reading, I can't believe I'm doing this again. As you're reading, Solace walks over to Resmira.
God.
Look-
What
look
do you
at,
want now?
I believe we had unfinished business.
Oh, damn it.
Oh, yes. Unfinished business.
Yes.
I don't think we should do it in front of all these people, though.
We can go. There's plenty of space for us to leave. We've got we've got the whole island pretty much outside.
That's true. But are you sure about this, Solace?
Well, if you're too much of a chicken.
She kind of growled at that.
Marmic fly
Solace
syndrome.
growls. Solace growls back.
What this?
Fine.
Growling intensifies.
Fine, we'll take this outside.
Good girl. It's clearly friendly sparring.
It's clearly
So
friendly.
far,
We're
you
not
guys-
trying to
Let's
kill each
follow-
other.
Also,
Let's
good-
As you guys
Also,
start
good girl.
to, as you
She's
guys,
older than you.
be-
Moving on,
as
sorry.
you guys begin fighting, you do happen to hear, whinnies from about, I'd say about about 2 miles away. You can definitely tell guards are getting closer.
Damn it. Interrupted again.
Oh well, I guess I'll,
Magic
if you
up.
want this. Yep, let's do that.
So we'll begin to ritual cast detect magic.
Alright? As they get closer, there is nothing you guys are able to detect on them. They
Yeah,
are clean.
good.
That's some good news.
Mm.
Guess we better
About-
go. Guess we better go tell the Guess we better go tell the charismatic talkers. Okay, let's go get Korvac since he's the one they're probably going to want to talk to.
Let's go get him.
Solus walks into the game. Korvac, you've got company. All right, whoever's
What
doing the
this-
fucking horse noises.
What? 15. As Corvette comes out, there's about 15 There are 15 guards on horseback, and a few of them are pulling. There's a trailer, or not a trailer, but a horse carriage,
And how many people has the Pegasus been able to take?
6. He's not come back yet.
He hasn't come back yet.
He hasn't come back yet.
Not just yet.
Okay. How many are you guys able to carry at once?
I see. So you guys are the group that we were alerted about.
Mm-hmm.
We're able to carry about 10, maybe 15.
Good, and undoubtedly you saw the Pegasus flying overhead of you guys, I take it.
Oh, you mean the ruined one? Or the one that tried to woo one of our horses? Yes.
Solid.
I think we saw it.
You hear a snort from the Dragonborn.
Garrick
hear
is
a
not there,
snort.
notably, by the way.
Face palms. I am sorry about my friend, but he is a servant of the gods, and it cannot be helped.
It really cannot be helped.
That's alright. Though I think well, sort of. Next time you see him again, try to tell him not to insult one of our other horses. And about, well, got into a little bit of a race. Charted, would have, completely untracked us from
Look,
that.
we got people that need shelter, and they need to be transported back to the homes immediately. So,
That we will.
are you willing to work with the Pegasus and transport as many people as you can?
Of course. Well, we have beds set up back at the guard station. We'll give them about an hour or two of rest, some food, and everything else we'll need, and then we'll quickly begin our travels back.
There's about 40 of them in total, so you know.
Well,
We'll be able to handle it.
Now.
34, but
40 including the 6 on the Pegasus. Some are injured.
Don't worry, we have more than enough horse carriages to bring them back. And we make sure to stack them with extra hay and straw so that way they can keep themselves relatively warm, along with the blankets.
Good.
Good.
There's only so much we could do in this cave.
once this job is done, please give my condolences to the Queen.
Of course.
And also, when we
Hopefully
get back,
she will be willing to talk to me once we get back from the prison.
yes, we have
I'm
interesting evidence that needs to be looked at.
I see. Well, I'm sure with that evidence and everything else in between, that I'm sure that she'll be more than happy and thrilled to speak with you, especially since you're saving some of her citizens.
Be sure to take their name. Be sure to take their names so they can give their give their accounts. You know,
Of course.
just in case.
He goes and he yells for the men to start helping the civilians on board. Might I take a look at the information you got?
I have that
Solid
information. I have that information.
Solid-
I am not there, and I am not giving that up. And you don't know where I am currently.
Please leave this up. Korvac puts his hand up for Solus to stop talking for a minute.
I didn't even say anything. I said I was going to, but I never got anything out.
No, we cannot disclose this information to anyone but the Queen.
Understandable. That is unfortunate, but I quite understand that.
Yes,
And it
quite. I'm in. Doesn't even matter.
So, Solus whispers into your ear, "They were clean of any magic."
Huh. I already know this guy is a part of something, just because of the way he said what he said.
Yeah. I'm suspicious too, but I'm just saying they are clear of magic. So if
I mean, we
they
can
are
all roll insights. I mean, it's up
You
to
can.
they're-
It's not just one person.
Well, if you guys are there too.
We're all there. The only one that's not there is Garrick.
Yeah, the only one not
Yeah.
here is Garrick.
I'll roll an insight on that. But the point I'm
Wow,
trying to get is if
natural
they.
five.
The point I'm trying to get is if they are working with the bad guys, they're doing it of their own free will. They are not charmed.
Alright.
Oof.
17.
There we go. We both got 17. I got a fucking nat 5.
This guy isn't. He's telling the truth about this, and he isn't working for anybody. He's just You can tell he's kind of upset because he's just bored out of his mind. He's sitting.
The mood.
He sits there at the edge of an ice bridge, and hardly anything comes through. So something that's interesting would
That's
pique
the
his interest.
And actually, Korvac has that information. Remember, we put it in the hole.
Yeah.
Oh, we
He
have a
got-
lot.
he
Yeah, we
got
have some
it.
of the paperwork in the hole.
It's in the hole.
Paperwork in the hole.
It's in a hole.
I'm not worried about the space octopus.
Oh, damn it. Damn
Oh
it.
my.
Let's talk about that, all right? It's in a cage in the hole.
In the
A
hole.
whole person.
We
Alright,
got
alright,
this
anyways,
little
let's
2D. We
continue.
got this little 2D guy there by the name of Mr. Game.
Oh god, no!
Damn it.
Okay.
Alright, anyways, let's continue.
Continuing on.
Let's continue.
Banned.
Hammer.
All right.
Judge 9.
Well, if you are so serious about anything, yeah, take this letter, and please give it to the queen at my personal request.
Of course. We'll make sure we'll reach it there before you guys arrive. With that, he makes sure that the rest of the civilians gets on board, and it takes, well, not the rest, but the amount that he's
maximum amount they
able
can.
to do.
Yeah.
Yeah. Gets them on board, and after about 5 minutes, he's like, alright, let's head off. We have a long journey back. As he begins leaving, you hear the Pegasus coming in. Oh, boy!
Oh,
I like that horse!
Ugh.
Alright, baby!
Volume.
What's the name of the Pegasus again? What's the name of the Pegasus again?
I don't think we ever got a
Give me
name.
a second.
Oh, wait, we
Nami
did.
tell us. Nami
We
did tell
did.
So, DM, could you please warn us next time you're gonna do that? That fucking hurt.
us.
Volume.
Point.
Ouch.
You're not friggin' Foxy or any of the other animatronics from FNAF. I don't need to be read at in my ears, thank you very much.
Lower Horse's name is Michael.
Korvac is just standing there. He sighs. Michael,
Yeah? What's up?
I will be telling your mother about this.
Oh,
Okay.
shit. Who ratted me out? Was it the guards?
They are not happy about you attempting to swoon the horses.
And challenge
come
much for race,
on.
apparently.
Yeah, I know I'm supposed to be, all celestial and like, but come on.
Come
Gotta have
on.
a little fun here.
God.
You have your
Temptation.
job. You can go have fun when you are back in your realm after this job is done.
Oh, but all the
Temptation.
Pegasus theirs are bruised. I mean, look at you. You always have people coming up to you, especially those fan clubs.
Careful, Mike.
Completely
Caref-
different.
Careful there. Temptation is the way to the dark side. You wouldn't want to fall to the 9 hells, would you?
You got a point.
And-
They don't have very delicious cookies for there, as far as I'm aware. In any case, let's get people back on board.
And temper your bestial urges.
Will do.
We already the guards took the rest of them, didn't they?
No, they took 15.
Oh.
The guards took some. So we
So-
still have we have about
There's
less.
9 left.
We have
There's
less,
9 left.
yeah.
Yeah.
So I guess I'll help them
Fine,
up
then.
on
If you
too,
think
Michael.
yourself so high and mighty, why don't you try to take 9 instead and prove that you are worthy of a celestial being?
Well, you do have a point. I do like to make sure I get my leg exercises and wing exercises out there.
Surely a grand
feel like
Pegasus
that.
like you would be able to take 9 people instead of a pitiful 6.
Oh, is that a challenge?
Oh,
I'll show
Maybe.
you.
Thank you.
You know, how about this? If you can take 9 people at once, I won't tell your mother. How about that?
Huh. I'll do you one better. I'll take all of you.
No, we have different matters to do. We just need a 9 guy.
Fine.
If you
I'll
drop
do-
one, though, that'll be
I
trouble.
won't- I won't drop them. Unless if I get shot down, though. Then it's not my fault.
Even if you get shot down, I will have your mother spay you. No, not spay, neuter you.
Yeah, Spain's female.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't the
Roll
Pegasus
me...
female though?
Roll me an intimidation check, Korvac.
I'm not exactly good with intimidation, but
Oh,
15.
with that... You know what? Yeah, with that... As you stand there, you just see his eyes widen, and... You see the ice beneath him turn yellow.
Oh. He weed on his. He weed on
Well
herself.
done.
You
Well
wouldn't
done.
dare tell my mother about that. I happen to like what's down there.
Damn it.
And no, it's not because I'm scared. It's just a birth effect.
Can I insight that?
I don't think we need it inside.
I don't think we
buddy.
need
no.
to.
I'm going to anyway. Nat 1. I don't give a shit. I'm looking at Resmira's muscles or some shit.
What the fuck?
Oh my. What?
Why am I muscle?
She's got a muscle complex.
Jeez.
Well, no, it's because
You're stronger than me.
Yeah, that's why I'm
Does it?
looking at them. I'm looking at them like, we need to train you up. I'm looking at them
Wow.
like,
Wait.
Okay. Okay, I see how it is.
okay. What
Anywho,
is your strength
Take him
score?
and go. All right,
16.
take him and go.
Alright.
all right, well, let's go, guys. And with that, he grabs the last 9, and he flies off.
Right as he leaves, Ellerin leans over to Korvac and whispers, "Well played."
You managed to make a celestial piss himself. How'd you feel?
Can you even consider that thing a celestial?
Well,
Good question.
I
That was
swear
good.
he's half. I swear half of him's in hell already.
Ha.
He came from McTiamat's.
McTiamat's.
He was a Happy Meal toy.
Anyways,
um,
Ellerin will go
got-
look for Garrick.
yeah. I was gonna ask, where's Carrick?
Yeah, where is that? Where's Dante got to?
He's in the corner, sulking.
I'm not sulking, notably.
No,
I've
he's-
had myself on mute
oh,
this
he's in-
entire time. I've been
Oh, he's in
I've been rereading the passages in the journal that
he's in the
Courtney
Devil
gave
May
me.
Cry 2 phase at the moment.
No, he's not. He's just silent. He's a little far off from the camp. He did keep some distance. He wanted to be by himself, but you don't know exactly where he is.
Where would we roll to find him?
You mean what?
So, because we're just looking for Garrick, we need to let him know that everyone's been.
Okay, he said that he's
Exactly
not
what-
far away. That
He's
Not
too
far away, but I didn't tell anyone.
he's still in the
Oh my god, Courtney.
area.
We're in trouble. There's packs of wolves coming at us. We need your help.
I might cut out again.
Garrick doesn't. I don't know where. In terms of relativity where I am, I don't hear that because I'm kind of in my own head right now.
Can I do a?
Korvac is like, do you really think that would have worked?
Can I do
It's worth a
an
shot.
investigation or a perception to see if I can find him, or at least where he went?
You can give me the help action and help me with my plus 12.
Alex, is that allowed?
Yeah,
Would you
I
allow
mean,
that?
yeah, there's nothing that I can do to stop them from doing that, so of course.
Okay,
I would just
alright.
have to roll. I
I-
would just have to roll a stealth
will
check
gi-
just to set the DC.
I will give you a help because I'm crap at this. Ouch.
Okay.
Well, you rolled it, so you
Well,
don't
you
get the
don't-
help. If you roll it, the help action's gone, so it's
I thought
just.
I thought
All right, DC 9.
I thought you had to roll above a
still,
10 to
I-
give
No,
you
it
I-
doesn't matter.
I find him.
Yeah, you
He's
find it.
not as stealthy as Tartarus.
Yeah. It's not one of the things I took It's not one of the things I could get proficiency in, but yeah, Garrick's just off from the camp. He's like a good 100 feet away.
He knows you're over there, so he'll go over there. I guess he'll just see you. What are you doing? You're just.
I'm
sitting
reading
over
the
there.
journal, the future one.
He walks up and says, "Garrick,
Huh?
lost your own little world, huh?"
There's some useful information in here. I just needed a clear place to get to absorb some of it.
Well, I won't pry. Anyways, all the civilians have been taken by the gods, and that really annoyed me.
Almost.
Almost.
I get that.
Good.
All of them now, yeah. You're right.
Good.
If you need to talk to someone, you can talk to us.
I'll tell you guys some of the information in the morning. Some of it's mundane, some of it's just record keeping. Other bits of it, though, are alarming considering how close we are to said events.
I don't like hearing that.
Nor do I reading it.
Mind if I ask how close these events are?
Jacob, what day is it? In comparison to the 24th, you said?
28th.
28th? What day is it in comparison to the 28th? Because it took us about a week,
Let's
and then...
see,
So it's about the 23rd or
13.
24th. 23rd or 24th.
Yeah.
Alright. Today's what, the 23rd?
I think so, yeah.
In 5 days, the Elestrian Empire will form a treaty to transport goods among the Kingdom of Anaval, the Vondog Republic, the Small Alliance, and the Kingdom of Surlog.
Dear gods,
Not
that's half the
Not
west.
Surlog, it's Tokaruth.
You said Surlog.
No, I said Tokaruth. There's
He said
Somal.
He said Tokaruth.
Okay,
There's
Togareth.
the Somal. Yeah.
Togareth. One second, let me find the spelling then. Tokaruth. Okay, and the Kingdom of Tokaruth.
Ellerin looks a little concerned. He goes, "Good gods, that's half the west."
We're in the... yeah. It's happening on the 28th, and based on the dates, there is not much we can do to stop it. Best we can do is delay it for a few days. Question is, what are they trading, and how much? Because obviously it's not what it seems to be.
We can. Well, if that wasn't the only factory we shut down, we could assume that there's another factory that they're going to be trading resources and items for more of those Epsilon robots.
If they're smart, they have a factory back home, which they most likely do, that we can't access. The most we've done is probably delay their plans by a mere margin, nothing more.
Damn it. It's too far away for us to try and stop now.
And too well guarded.
Too well guarded, that's the other thing. Is there anything else that Journal can provide us with that might help us?
I'll tell the group tomorrow. I'm just going to read through it to make sure I have all my facts straight.
Fine. Just want to let you know about the civilians as he walks away.
Yep. And as he does...
Garrett,
Oh, okay, you do your thing first, Jacob.
real quick, roll an investigation check. Considering it's dark out, it is
I
going
have
to be a
dark
little
vision.
hard to read the book.
He has dark vision.
But then I guess roll investigation with advantage.
Okay, I'll give myself guidance, because why wouldn't I? Soft 20, but
So-
wait. I'm increasing that. 22.
Okay. So, notably on that particular event with Zenith City, it is noted that the Elestrian Empire didn't arrive with any guards. Just 2 people. That being the king and queen.
Ah, shit.
Well, to be fair,
However-
they don't need guards, technically. Where did they arrive specifically? Because that's not what they I assume in Zenith City?
Yeah, they arrived from boat over in the south, but they took essentially a taxi over to
Which-
Zenith City.
I mean, I suppose when you're immortal, time doesn't mean anything in terms of relativity, but, alright, you were saying something else, though.
And something else. No, that's just about it.
So
They
arrived
didn't arrive with.
anyone else.
They did not arrive with anybody else.
Garrick will keep that under advisement, but knows that due to the fact that, again, this journal is a guideline, he will expect something to go different, assuming they're in there.
Mm-hmm.
the meantime, yeah. Also, a key note that Garrick will do: he goes back to around the beginning of the journal, specifically when he started, around the time after the 5 years. He goes to a particular page that he knows wrote, one that hasn't changed. I know it's in there, but I'm not gonna tell. It's pertaining to the Amaneki pages, specifically a
Alright.
certain passage, and using Firebolt outside the guise of anyone else, I burned that passage in particular.
Oh.
Not in my real journal, not in my current journal, but the future journal.
Interesting.
Yeah, I was out of range, so I couldn't even perceive.
Nope. I made sure to do it when no one was around. But I keep that passage in my current journal.
Mm-hmm. Alright. With that, I'm assuming after that, yeah, you go and you make your way back to...
Actually, I camp outside there. I realized that, I just stood there contemplating, realized that hours have passed, and decide just to camp out there. Using prestidigitation to make my tent warm, to protect myself from the elements.
Well, I bet friggin' Solace and Rosmir are duking it out until it's time for them to rest.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, pretty much.
Korvac has wasted a lot of his magical power, so he's just like he's out.
Elrin is pitching his tent to go to go.
Do you want to?
Go to rest.
Do you want us to roll athletics or something to see?
To see who wins.
Yes.
I mean, your athletics is higher than mine, so.
Oh
Never
fuck!
know.
Yeah. Yeah.
Solace wins.
So after a pretty considering it had, both hides, a long fought battle, eventually Solus manages to find the edge and lands a trip to your leg that catches you off balance, and before you can really do anything, she slams her shield on top of you and rests her blade at your throat. Panting at you, panting, growling, and smiling the whole time.
Ow. Good job,
You fight.
though.
You fight good.
I wasn't a champion for nothing, but.
Then she removes the blade from her throat, sheaths it, and offers you a hand up.
She gets up herself.
That's the most fun I've had in a long time.
Oof. I haven't had.
Sleep well. Sleep well tonight.
Oh yeah.
She offers a hand to you for a handshake.
She kind of looks at it funny and shakes your hand.
1-0 to me so far.
Well, let's get some rest. Hopefully, we're not sore in the morning.
Hopefully. I sense this becoming a common right. I sense this becoming a right.
Oh boy. Solace and Rasmir fighting each other, becoming a recurring thing in this campaign. I like to see that.
Mid final battle, they're just off on. It's like, what are they doing?
we'll be in the middle of the battle against Cassandra or whatever, and she doesn't
completely confused. Like, you actually confused. Cassandra's like, what are they doing?
Don't worry about it.
Let them do it. They do this.
They do this
Honestly,
all the time. It's more like sisterly quarrels than anything.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm gonna get ready to go to. Well, who's taking watch?
Oh yeah. You gotta take watches.
I'll take.
Actually,
I'll take first watch.
I'll take first watch. I'll take second watch.
Okay.
I'll take second watch with Rasmira and then the third watch.
Okie dokie.
Did anything happen while I'm on watch?
Roll perceptions.
You gotta roll perception.
Roll perception.
Oof.
Oof.
I'm still made decent to perception
the
too.
the wind starts to pick up, and some snow kind of just kind of blurs your vision. It's really hard to see.
Okay. But we don't get. I don't get attacked while I'm on watch.
No, you don't get attacked.
Right. And that after her watch is up, Solace would go and wake Razmira if she's fallen asleep or whatever, and tell her it's her turn.
Okay. Okay.
With this,
I'm awake.
Elrin as well
Courtney
because he was taking the second watch.
oh, you're taking the second watch along with Razmira?
Yeah, I'm taking second and third watches.
Okay.
Because you're an elf and don't need that much time.
Nope.
Yeah. So perception, or do you want me to help you to assist you?
Might want to do that.
I mean, I have assistance anyway because of Nej.
I might as
Extra
well just roll
assistant.
mine.
I have
might as
advantage.
well- I might as well just roll mine normal, and then you'll have help from yours. So
Yeah. So mine is with advantage. 18.
Yeah, it is a clear night. You hear wolves howling in the distance, but they aren't anywhere towards your direction, so you guys don't get attacked.
Plus
Elrin?
wolves are like CR 18 or something.
Elrin, with this on your watch, Corn's gonna ask if she can come out and sit with you, since you're taking the third watch.
okay. So something you wanted to talk about?
Yes. Just, I guess, general talk. That, and I figured at least some of you guys might have questions in terms of stuff with everything going on. I know this is definitely a lot to go through, especially with that look in your eyes, Elrin.
Yeah, there is. Fact. I don't. Last session, none of us asked how old Courtney was, did we?
It's rude to ask for a woman's age. Come on.
I know that. But...
Ha ha ha.
No, that I didn't do that in game.
I
Yeah.
know. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Korvac is passed the fuck out. You guys actually hear like a slight sizzling sound.
He's gurgling on his own acid.
No, I meant that he's drooling and there's just a small little black puddle.
Aww.
He's
Look
drooling
at him.
acid.
He's drooling acid.
Look at him, Elrin. The older man. No, he's not the older man. He's the grumpy man. The grumpy man's drooling.
The
Must be
grumpy
having
man.
a good dream.
Look, I am down to my second and first level spell slots. Don't question me, please.
In any case,
He's exhausted. We had a long day.
At this point, Rosemary
Yes,
is sleeping.
right. Typically I'd be asleep by now, but I just can't sleep. A lot of excitement's been going on, though.
Yeah, I agree.
say the
As he's just kind of staring with the intent of, yeah, a lot of excitement, meaning you're from the fucking future.
Yeah. We're trying to keep ourselves head in the best, and oh boy, Evelyn's not gonna be happy when we get back, or if we get back, or when I get back.
We'll get back.
One of you guys show up with me. I cannot imagine how much she's gonna be mad. She's well, she's different. I'm sure you might be able to imagine than what you probably would like to raise her as.
Let me take a wild guess and say that she's much like her mother. Jacob?
Yes, but more so. Torn, I guess. She's had a lot on her plate.
I guess so. She's had to lead God knows how many of you with dealing with everything that happened in the future.
Well, it'd be more than hundreds of thousands. Here, it's just about 200. But when you got the entire weight of the world on your shoulders, well, it doesn't exactly bring a nice smile to your face.
Ellerin chuckles and says, "If you want to tell someone, if you want to talk to someone about that," he turns and points towards the area where Garrick's tent is.
Yeah, I know. Except, well, she doesn't particularly show a smile anymore as what she used to. But don't tell her I told you that. I haven't seen her smile in months. Well, maybe even a year.
I don't blame her.
But neither do I. She is quite literally, in our time, the last remaining light within Cidria, or in the entire world. Though she was trained by the best, at least as best as she could. She tried to find as much information on you as possible when she was younger, and tried to copy your fighting style a little bit. At least upon what she'd heard that you fight like, along with Lestine, and she's trained herself, kinda. Rasulka was able to help her out a little bit, along with Omerus until, well,
Hold up. The second that she says Oramus as well, Ellerin just has this very concerned look on his face. He's just like, oh god.
she wasn't as harsh as I'm sure you might be thinking, old man. Though, however, about, well, he wasn't with the family for much longer. At least for another 6, 7 years after we were born, after we were taken in.
What do you mean?
That was a very hard day. Or month.
What do you mean?
Well, put it this way: we were all gathered around the family library, and we received a letter that Omerus himself was killed. We weren't sure by who, but
We could
there was
probably
a lot of
take some
suspicions
guesses.
from the east.
We could probably take a few guesses.
Oh, what's your guess? I suspect it was the Death Knight, but even then, I'm not sure he's been alone long enough. From what we could tell whenever we went to face him, he seemed young.
Young.
Really young, but I'm not quite sure how old exactly we were.
You've never
He
seen
always
him.
kept to himself. No, he always remained hooded. However, we were able to, at the very least, see his chin structure, and we'd be able to get a good and accurate reading of figuring out who it is from a mile away, even. Of course, that's all just figuratively, but from a decent amount of ways, we could easily figure out if it's him. But
Actually, yeah.
that man,
Was it a human's chin or was there?
we couldn't exactly quite make it out.
Humanoid
Any
or
chance that
scales? Basically, is it like something like scaly like Dragonborn, or is it humanoid so it's flesh? It doesn't narrow it down too much, but we can at very least get rid of several suspects.
That's what I asked. That's what I asked.
It was flesh, humanoid.
Hmm. Considering what the future's shown, not a, is there anyone? He was working with Cassandra, correct? So there has to be. He has to hold some grudge against you.
Kahoo?
Cassandra?
Who's that?
The
I told her
People-
about Cassandra last session, Jacob. I said that was the woman who brought, their bodies.
Ah, right. Oh yeah, her. I never really. Well, I vaguely remember her face, but for most of our time when we were going out and fighting out on the field, we never knew who the true ruler of the East was.
It's
Whenever we
her.
asked the remaining people of Cidria, or anybody else for that matter that was affected by the East's attack, they didn't exactly want to say. They didn't want to say her name, they didn't want to say what she looked like. The only thing we got from her is that she was humanoid like the rest of us, just a bit different.
For good reason. Many people are terrified of her power. I don't doubt that they wouldn't want to risk putting themselves in harm's way, especially with her.
Mm-hmm. Though, we did, during our fights against the East, we did get some luck. Wasn't
And that
big,
is,
and we weren't sure if that luck was on our side. About the 4th year into fighting, we heard of some talk of some foreign land appearing out of nowhere. Some foreign land that came through and was trying to attack the East.
do you know
However,
who
we
this
never
was?
learned of this mysterious land's name, or who ruled it, or even what race they were. But it gave us the upper edge while their defenses were lowered a little bit, to at least make a few pretentive strikes, and gain some small amounts of victories. Eventually, we were able to make a way over to the east and to their doorsteps. That's when the last match with the Death Knight happened. We fought, and then suddenly there was a small bright light,
And you ended up
and
here.
we were here in the north. We don't know exactly all that happened, but we're just hoping that the Death Knight didn't come back with us, and that they stayed there, along with whatever generals that the East had up their sleeves waiting for us. The main thing I'm hoping for, though, honestly, is that a good portion of our men managed to successfully finish off the attack without our aid there. We had other generals, but still, they depended on Evelyn as much as the next person.
Well, hopefully, hopefully we can get a little more information once we get back to your camp. And about the Death Knight, be on your guard. You'll never you never know who came back with you, especially if you were fighting him when you came back.
Of course, we're always on our watch. That's why we managed to hit away our troops and our entire encampment away from any people from the north. Hell, even you guys have bypassed it.
What?
Yeah,
Where is it?
it's up north. She pulls out a map and she points in the location over to the Ural Mountains. We have an encampment deep within the forest. However, we have a little illusionary magic up our sleeves and kind of made it appear that area was empty.
Oh,
You can
Lord.
thank
We did
Jojo and
pass right by it.
yeah. You can thank Jonathan, my brother, as well as whatever mages we had left to put up such a spell. Took a lot out of them, but well, it allowed us to be hidden for quite some time. Every few days, we have to keep redoing the spell. So if we were to be attacked at any point, mages would most likely be out of commission. But
Well,
it's the price we pay.
to stay hidden as long as possible. I don't
Yeah.
blame you. Anyways, you go get some rest. It's gonna be a long trip.
Of course. That, I do want to at least some time along the way, even though I know how stubborn he is, try to at least get to know my dad a little bit more than what wasn't told. Granted, I have a lot of information right there with that Eternal I lended him, but still, it'd be nice to hear stories from his voice.
She would then
from his
know.
voice as a
She would
change.
then know something that Garrick has not told anyone. I'm going to DM you real quick, Jacob.
Okay. I still would love to hear just stories about, from his point of view. Never got to do that as a kid, so might as well take the opportunity while I can before we're out of here to do that. Even
Just-
if we dissipate and disappear.
Just be mindful of what you ask him about. There are things that he prefers to keep hidden.
Of course. I can only imagine what his life growing up in the East could be. Well,
It's
in
not
any case,
pleasant. The East is people who grow up in the East, they normally they tend to have pretty rough upbringing, depending on where they are.
well, in any case, she gets up. I'm going to head off to sleep. Keep up the good watch, old man. You still have eyes.
I'm 156 and I'm an elf. I am very young.
Still have good eyesight. Who knows? Maybe when you get older into your older age, you won't need glasses. Just don't look at the snow too hard. Or the sun.
I don't do either.
Sure you do. And with that, she leaves. Next watch, if anybody else is going to be taking an additional watch.
I guess I'll take an additional watch.
Oh.
You
Cor-
would suffer a
Corvac
little
needs
drop.
sleepy.
No?
I
But does
I-
Korvac
Rhaenyra
want to take
barely
an additional
sleeps.
watch?
Additional. This will be his
do
first
you
one.
wanna take a watch?
Yeah.
Do you
want
wanna take a watch?
Yeah. I'll,
Go
I'll
ahead.
still get. I'll still get. Benefits of a full rest.
You'll
so
still
it'll be
get
good.
benefits of a full rest.
Yeah, you would.
See a little corroded hole in
Oh.
the floor of his tent.
Yeah, I did pretty badly though. But oh well. If anything attacks, I'm sitting in there at the entrance, so it's not bad.
Same thing with Solus. Just, it's hard to see anything. Alright. Is Garrett going to do anything during the night?
1 second. Define do anything.
Just check. Like, is he gonna take
Are
any
you-
actions during the night, or
In terms of actions, no. He just camps outside because he's like, I might as well just camp here because I have my equipment with me. He
So he's just gonna sleep through the whole night?
he would take one watch in the towards the end around Korvac's watch, but yeah. So around the end when he gets but other than that, nothing really. So perception
Alright.
on my on the quote unquote
Yep.
last watch, yeah. At this point, I would have gotten the benefits of a long rest anyways, so Garrett would just be up at that point and giving myself guidance.
Guidance.
Oof.
yeah?
1 second.
Everything
Soft 20.
perfectly clear.
Alrighty.
It's clear. You do hear the sounds of sea animals going about, but you do hear the sound of a odd creature within the water, almost as if a roar. You hear some splashing, and then it just stops.
Okay, Garrick would look at the water for a little bit, try and see if he could find what was making that splashing sound, and the
Alright, roll an investigation then.
alrighty, giving myself guidance again because, God, if that is not a useful cantrip. 1 second, investigating.
Not bad.
19 plus.
Not bad.
Plus 3, 22.
And guidance. Alright, so
22.
the water's so based on the ripples of the water and the splash and the blood that's there, from a few fish that are dead, you see the teeth marks of a sea serpent.
Oh, how joy.
Garrick will make note of that.
I'll be
So
right back.
I was slightly. Are we still in the rest phase, or are we? At the new
Yep.
day.
Yeah. This is towards the end of the rest phase, which at this point Garrick
Okay.
would take down his tent, having written another entry in his journal before he went to bed, and his present journal, and go wake up the group, assuming along with Korvac, who is awake at this point as well.
Yeah.
What do you mean I can't see anything? I have the light cantrip.
You didn't use it though.
You didn't use it.
Yeah, you didn't use it.
It's the cantrip. So
Well, then you got to declare that kind of thing, dude. And also, it only has like a limited range on top of that, so like the outside of it just would be darkness at that point. Look, nothing happened. Let's just be
it has
thankful.
a total range of 40
Yep.
feet. So yeah.
Yep. Let's just be thankful nothing bad happened.
With this, as you go there, aside from Korvac, like, just as you arrive upon the camp, and Courtney just gets out and walks out of out of her tent, yawning and stretching. Man, that was a good night's rest.
I'm glad.
Oh, hey, father.
Daughter?
You okay?
No, just reading through the journal. Speaking of which, everyone, I have some information, and I tell them about, specifically, the sea serpent first. Then I tell them about, I'm looking for my notes here to see what exactly I got from the journal. The fact that the treaty, where the air nomads are, specifically in the forest, and the fact that they will ambush us because we are outsiders.
Well, no. They won't be ambushing you. No, that was
You
at the
said you
bell.
did.
No, that was the Bethany's things. Those were for the minions. That was my bad. I should specify that it was the minions that would have ambushed you guys.
Exactly. So we were, but they were a part of the nomads. So, which minions?
No.
The Momads or
The Underwood.
Okay, that we were going to be ambushed by the Underwoods on our journeys to the forest. Thank you for clarifying, because that's a big difference. And
you guys won't be ambushed.
By the nomads. Okay.
Not by either of them. If you guys had went down to their locations down at the Temple Island, south of you guys, and you had arrived there, then you would have been ambushed because they are expecting someone different.
Since I read that journal, I got a good investigation. What did we find there?
At the Air Temple?
Yeah, because I would have written that down in the journal. At the Air Temple.
At the Air Temple, you would have found some ancient artifacts and some I'd say some foods and some put out fires. It almost as if they had left in a hurry.
Alright, so nothing of... And if there was any information that we would have gotten from there, he would have made... Like, that was important via lore or anything like that, he would have put it in the journal. So anything lore related. Was there anything lore related then?
Yes.
Okay.
Those temples... those specific temples was home to one of the Western dragon gods that had resided there originally. However, because of the text being so
Old and ancient,
it's really hard to figure out make out the name of the god.
Doesn't matter. Basically, we found information on that they used to live there. Good. I tell them about that, so we could save a trip there. I tell Solus about the nomads in the forest, and then finally, at the end, I tell them about the treaty with those nations and the date it's happening. And specifically, I tell Korvac about the underground facility in Zenith City, specifically the Neo-Magical Institute on the east wall. Entrances are in the source.
Okay, quick question. Because are we going back across the bridge, or are we continuing on to the...
Okay, I'm back.
We're
We're
going...
continuing
to the prison, I think.
Okay, just wanted to check so I can... Because obviously it's...
We're
beginning
heading
of
back
the
to the
new
city.
day,
We're
I
going
get to
to...
select...
We're going to the city, I
Yes,
thought. Yeah, I thought we were going to
I
head
thought
to
you
the...
guys were going to the city.
Yeah, I thought we were, because, everything was going on. If we're going to be honest, what do we even need at the prison? The factory's gone.
Yeah, the factory self-destructed, so...
Mhm.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, because we thought the factory was within the prison itself.
No, but it wasn't. So yeah, we're going back to
Yeah.
the city and probably going to head to the camp that the kids have to regroup and plan our next move.
Oh, and
Yeah,
Ellerin would have
possibly.
told Garrick about where the camp would be located.
Alrighty, so the Algorth. One second, let me double check.
Did I miss anything?
I told everyone what was in the journal.
Uh,
That was
Corvac is
relevant.
gonna get the rest of the papers and evidence. From
I have that shit, dude. Remember?
No, it's in the portable hole. We argued about this earlier.
I said the rest of it.
Yeah,
Oh,
the rest of
right.
it. Yeah.
Yeah, the rest of it, because
Yep.
he still has some on him.
Yep. So we need to go to the city to give the evidence to the queen. Then we need to go to the Algorth Mountains to find their encampment.
No, their encampment isn't in the Algor Mountains. No.
No, I think he said it was
Elrond
right at
would
the
have told
base.
you.
Right
What's
at the base of
Elrond would have
Mount
told
Laurel.
you the mountain that would have been around the base of Mount Ural.
Mount Ural?
Right here.
One second.
Yeah.
So right here.
Ural.
Yeah.
Okay, Ural. Okay.
Yeah.
Yep. Alrighty then. So evidence. Then we go to the base of Mount Ural for to regroup and reconvene. Considering that we do have a head start on some of this information.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Right.
Well,
So,
it seems as though
mine-
we have our.
you mind me riding shotgun with you again, Korvac? I currently don't have a steed.
What's a shotgun?
On the frost trig, I think.
Yep.
He means
Equivalent.
What is this
insert-
sock?
Insert
Do
equivalent phrase
shotguns
here.
exist?
One second.
Question mark?
No,
Hey,
they,
no, 1 second. Can I ride
They do.
crossbow with you on the Drake there? Because, that would be...
well, you have a gun, so I don't think it's too far fetched
a
to believe a
flintlock
shotgun is
pistol and a
Okay,
shotgun are
okay,
two different
in this
things.
It's a
case,
flintlock.
Say blunderbuss. In this case, say
It's a
The
blunderbuss.
blunderbuss.
Yeah, blunderbuss.
Korvac, can I ride
blunderbuss with
blunderbuss?
you?
Corvac just looks at it. Oh, sure. I don't care.
Just until we get across the ice bridge, then I can resummon solar flare. Because that's why I wanted to check what we were doing. Because if we're going to go across the ice, if we were going to go towards the prison, then I'd prepare more combat spells. But since we're going across the bridge, it's like, well, I need to get solar flare back, so I need to prepare Blind Steed.
Father, is there any way that I could ride on Coconut?
Sure, you and Rasmir can head up there. It's probably been a while since you've seen the old girl. I pet a coconut.
Too long.
Yep.
She goes and hops on Coconut.
Yep. I guess I'm walking.
I mean, I'll walk too.
No, the whole point of it was to get you two together up there.
Oof, okay. Alistair's there too.
Yeah.
If Alistair allows Courtney, you actually.
Yeah, Garrick.
Yeah,
And
Garrick.
I look to Alistair. What do you think? Room for one more, or am I too heavy for you?
He nods his head.
All right, I hop on him.
Ellerin pats Alistair and goes, "Let's go."
Mm-hmm.
He ruffles his feathers and he spreads his wings and flies.
All right. Yeah. Alrighty.
Within a day's journey, you guys do make it back to Jorania City. It's 8 o'clock when you guys arrive.
Again, I want to state that the moment we're across the ice bridge, I resummon solar flare, so I'll mark that spell slot.
Yep.
Because Find Steed is not a ritual, despite taking 10 minutes to cast.
Yeah.
It
Well,
should be.
it's a fine thing, so you can just summon it on will, dude. It's Find Familiar.
It takes
Well,
10
yeah,
minutes
but
to cast.
It takes 10 minutes to cast a spell, and it's not a ritual, so I do have to expend the spell slot. So
Okay.
that's what I'm saying.
I mean, I can summon myself a celestial whenever I want, but
Yeah.
I don't want to.
That I don't get that until I get 4th level paladin spells. Then I get Find Greater. Actually, no. Solar flare is a celestial. Solar flare is a celestial. It's counted as a celestial.
Hurdy her.
I have to spend a 6th level slot. Again,
which way, you
ecosystem,
guys?
oh, well,
You guys arrive at to the entrance, and the guards proceed to let you in.
Yep. Okay.
A few guards greet you guys there. Ah, we were told that to expect you. Come, the queen is awaiting your guys' arrival.
I'm assuming she wants
Oh,
to
but-
talk to Korvac only, considering.
No, she wishes to speak to the rest of you guys.
Hmm.
oh, we're allowed in this time.
Except, I don't.
Except
Who is she? He points at Courtney.
she's new. She was investigating the hostages as well. Her name is Caroline. She helped us greatly.
Ah, I see. Well, then she's gonna want to speak with you too. After 10 minutes, you guys reach the same room that Korvac was in, and they open up the door, and there she is sitting down with a glass of wine, waiting for you guys' arrival. The door closes behind you guys as you enter.
I need
Go
to
ahead.
lose, but I'm gonna BRB. But Solace probably
Okay.
wouldn't have too much to contribute that everyone else couldn't anyway, so I guess not gonna matter.
Alright. Odd. Hello there, Prince Korvac.
Your Majesty.
Princess
He gives her a bow.
Razmira.
Your Majesty.
You there. Forgive my rudeness, or if it's perceived as rudeness, but older man with white long hair and older man with short gray hair.
I
My
look
hair
like I'm in my
is white.
20s, dude.
Names?
Garrick. No last name. No last name.
Ah, Garrick. Good to meet you, Garrick.
Hmm.
And what about you?
Ellerin.
Ah, Ellerin. Oh, Prince Ellerin. My apologies. I have heard not much about you, but I have heard bits and pieces from wandering traders and such from Cidria. Pleasure to meet you, acquaintance.
Pleasure is all mine.
And that's
Caroline.
who is she?
Caroline.
This is
Caroline
Caroline.
and
Solus.
the other dragonborn.
Solus.
Solus.
Solace.
Pleasure to meet each and every one of you. Now, I heard from the returning citizens that you guys successfully saved them. Mind explaining what happened there?
I present her with the files. Your
She-
workers were kidnapped by the Neo-Magical Institute to work on a project involving several constructs, weapons.
Oh,
The constructs themselves were destroyed when the factory was destroyed. I assume they warded the building to prevent evidence from spilling out. However, we managed to take design documents of the machines as well as worker conditions, and I present her the conditions that the workers were facing, particularly, the punishments.
oh, Lord. Oh. Oh, I'm gonna have a fun time in court with these.
I was about to say, she's about to have a fucking field day with all this information.
This is. What do you guys require for payment for this? This is. These poor souls.
Nothing.
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 Nothing?
Just your allegiance to the. Just
Please
your continued
consider-
support.
My mother's request.
Of course. You
As-
helped us out this much along with Zenith City. Whew. You have our full support.
Zenith City, from what I heard, had kidnappings there. I also know that
course.
the NMI also have a facility there. Specifically one on the
Private
eastern wall. Odds are they were doing the
I
same to
see.
their own citizens. They were doing the same to the citizens there before expanding their projects out near those lands.
Interesting. Well, I'm sure the Council of Four there, or five, forget how many, but Korvac knows who I'm talking about, will have certainly a large field day with this. I shall send notifications of this
Be
to
discreet.
the council. Of course.
They
I
have
will send
powerful
this to
allies,
the-
and they're going to be getting more in the days to come.
Well, not too sure about allies, so to speak, because the council of Zenith City aren't in any particular alliance with anyone. They remain neutral, and they don't want to be bothered by any other kingdom affairs. However, they allow people from other kingdoms, including myself, to meet there for political relations between the kingdoms.
Then in this case,
Ki- ki-
neutrality is a bit biased. But
Of course.
who's to say?
Regardless,
There's no such thing as true neutrality. Only who is on top first.
in any case, that's exactly. I doubt they'd go and making any alliances soon, considering they had specifically requested with Prince Korvac and his kingdom to keep themselves away from any sort of. They'd be more than happy to house troops there and whatnots if need be, but more so keeping out of their business, keep to themselves. Think of it as a free state.
Independence.
Governed by
Acknowledging that
themselves.
themselves means that they're hiding things that
Cool.
otherwise should not be
Oh.
known.
Korvac, every kingdom in history has hidden things that shouldn't be known.
Of course. In any case, yes, I will definitely accept your
Right,
request.
I got a phone call.
She pulls out a letter. Prince Korvac and Princess Razmira, do take this to your mother whenever you get a chance to, or have a courier. However you wish by any means to send it to you. This is a letter instating my full allegiance to Alamari. And I'm sure the news should be also brought in at some point with the kingdom of Tenak. Though only to make sure that they are aware of a new ally joining in with you guys as well.
Yes, of course.
Now, is there anything else that you would like to ask or request for your travels? I am willing to help as much as possible.
Extra rations would be nice. Okay, what exactly? Okay, so we're gonna go do the air people, right?
No, I think we're going to the camp to
I'm
regroup
going
Yeah,
to
we're
the
gonna-
camp
We're gonna
after
meet the
this.
children.
with the rest of the future
The
warriors.
rest of the kids, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Well, we will make sure that our most highly class rations will be dispensed upon you guys. Make a request in any specific amounts that you might need, and we'll get that given to you within the next hour.
Thank you.
Better
I
be the
heard-
best
Thank you.
motherfucking jerky.
For the record, I heard the introductions happening while I was away. I just want to quickly retcon that when asked about herself, Solace would have introduced herself as Solace, newest member of the Taoshin High Council of Five, Your Majesty, and then curtsy.
Tao Xian. I've never heard of such a group.
We're a order of monks and paladins that come from is it an eastern continent?
Southern.
Southern.
Sorry, from a southern continent.
Interesting. People from far south.
Yes, Your Majesty.
You do seem to wear, no offense, particularly interesting sets of armor. Huh. I'd have to go there myself someday to learn about it. In any case,
I'm sure
I'm quite.
the father would be honored to have you.
Oh, I'd hope so. In any case, I'll get the request sent out right away, and you best be off your ways. It's a pleasure to speak with each and every one of you again.
Again,
that she
this
goes
is the
and-
first time we've met.
Well, in terms of again, I was talking more so along the lines of Razmira and Korvac.
It was a pleasure.
She goes and gives a bow, of course. Tell your mom that I said hi, and that next time I'll definitely kick her ass in Dragon Chest.
Oh,
Does Solus have proficiency in Dragon
those are
Chess
fighting
and
words.
I do. I do.
Oh, of course, the
Those
annual
are
Dragon Chess
fighting words,
competition
Your
among the
Majesty.
queens here in Borokari is coming up soon. Don't want to miss that.
It would have been nice
I've
to
been
see
training
it.
all year for that.
I hope you guys have
I
fun.
actually do have proficiency in Dragon Chess.
Oh my god, I do too!
Same.
In any case,
We
she
all
goes and
have
leads you guys out to the door. Or she goes and walks out the door.
Well,
And she yells in Draconic for a couple of servants to come through
I was gonna say.
and gives them directions
Yep.
on what to do.
I assume we leave at this point.
The question is, what
Yeah,
stat
with that,
does
we're
Dragon
gonna
Chess
take-
use?
With this, we're going to take a quick break.
Yep.
Boy.
I was. Yeah. I really wanted I really wanted Courtney to know Resmir a little bit better.
There was no conversation.
I
at
know.
all.
I know. I tried though.
You tried.
Yeah, and if I'm gonna be honest, Garrick is a little wary because she's read that journal, so there's stuff in there he did not want her to ever know about, even before
Too
the
late.
new injuries.
Yeah, we're
It's a-
gonna have to ask Jacob
I'll be right back.
if she ever converses with Rosemira.
Yeah, because that could lead to something.
Because
and-
right now they're not really attached to her per se. They
yeah.
know her. They know that she's helpful and
Yeah.
she's there for them. But we don't know how
Mhm.
their relationship was later down the line.
It could have been non-existent because for all we know, we don't see them again. Considering.
Yeah.
Yep.
Either way, Rosemira would consider them her kids.
Yeah, and but yeah, I specifically have been keeping our journal as Garrick ever since Amaneki and Isabel, specifically, and have been writing in it as Garrick, updating. So some of the passages I do know, and other ones I don't, because obviously I couldn't write for them. If any of you guys ever try and take my journal, I will have a actual document that you guys can read.
We have no reason to at the moment, so.
At the moment,
At the
but-
moment, we have no reason to.
I know, but I'm just saying.
however, the fact that you are keeping your distance,
That's kind of giving
Concerning.
Rosemira a red flag.
Yeah.
yeah,
That's
Well-
giving me a red flag.
Yeah, well, it should. Yeah.
I mean, it does.
Good. Anyways, oof.
Good.
So this has been interesting.
so far.
Yep.
So far,
I have approximately about 3 pages of new notes.
I only have a
Oh,
page
man.
at the moment. Although my page is kind of continuous.
Wait, I was supposed to be taking notes?
I mean, I'm gonna start taking notes just for my own.
That's just
My
from a
own
meme, don't
go-to.
worry.
Yeah. But I'll be honest, these notes
my
have been
journal
good.
isn't that big, and I write everything down. And my my writing is shite.
My desk
I
is
write like
small.
a doctor.
My desk is small, so unfortunately I can't write it down physically, so I have to type it.
And I'm too lazy to write, so I just type it.
Wow, I'm too lazy to type, so I just write it.
Doesn't your arm get tired at that point?
Doesn't your arm get tired?
First off, I'm an artist. I spend hours on my art pieces.
That's understandable.
Yeah, she's built up a tolerance.
I have built up stamina when it comes to fine arts.
Mhm.
So
You can draw amazingly beautiful art like you can precise line work. You can't write for shit.
I can't write. Actually, I write like a doctor, and I write in cursive.
I write cursive when I write.
I write in cursive. It was just forced into me when I grew up in PR.
It was never forced into me when I was in school. I always wanted to learn how to do it because I thought it looked nice.
I
was
can
forced to
write.
learn it.
I can write in cursive, but my normal handwriting is the equivalent of a toddler writing with his non-dominant hand. It's probably the shittiest handwriting on the planet.
That is one hell of a
Mine's pretty
comparison.
bad.
Mhm.
No, I wanted to learn how to write cursive because I thought it looked fancy. And now that I've written in cursive most of my life, it's harder for me to write not cursive.
Yeah, I understand that.
And the reason I type other than write, other than I'm lazy, is just that I'm much quicker with typing than I am writing.
Mood.
Yep.
Or at least
Let me
when
just show you a
when I
page
type
of notes.
when I write as quickly as I can type, it becomes nearly illegible. So
You guys have access to my notes because I always post them because I'm like,
You
yeah,
always post them.
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, my note for the Pegasus, Korvac tells Michael to keep it in his pants.
I didn't say anything about that.
where's that thick book thin book meme? It's like the thick book is Greek mythology. The thin book is Greek mythology without Zeus's sex life.
By the way,
Oh my
Let's be
God.
honest.
There's my notes. There's like one page of it.
Ooh,
Yeah,
Right.
there's one
The
pie
bit-
of it.
fancy.
There's
It
that
ain't
other
no
meme.
fancy. It's just scribbles.
There's that
looks
other meme
nice.
that's like pie chart of the reason things went wrong in ancient Greece. 10% prophecy or prediction that couldn't be avoided. Another 10%, a god threw a hissy fit because a mortal was better than them at something. The other 80%, Zeus couldn't keep it in his pants.
I will say that in terms of prophecy, I don't believe them IRL simply because they are so vague that if you word things correctly or use figure of speeches that could or could not have existed at the time, anything could be a prophecy.
It's where the reason, for example, when if you go to a fortune teller, they always do the double negative because then it doesn't matter what your response is, they were right.
Well, with
grandmother's
fortune
doing well.
tellers,
Your grandmother's doing well, isn't she?
no, with
Then
fortune tellers,
if-
they lead you into it. It's not just a double negative. They kind of make you give the answers. The way they work is that they ask leading questions in order to coax answers out of you. They judge your reactions and they say the words. So, like, for example, if I was a fortune teller, I'd be like, something around this time is very special, very special. And then the person would go, yes, it's this thing. I see. No, they're contacting me about this thing. And then, like, they lead you into making you give the answers, all while claiming to be, doing it themselves. That's how. Yeah. So, fun fact. That is how fortune tellers, like, in an abbreviated version, do a lot of their stuff. They trick their customers into giving away the answers that they are seeking. It's actually a really cool parlor trick. Where I draw the line is when psychics have been known to be like, hey, the things have told me to give me all your money. There have been reported cases where people have given up their life savings because the spirits told them to.
Also, fun fact, basically the same trick cops are taught. They don't ask you questions to try and find out. They don't ask you questions to make small talk. They ask you questions to find out stuff about
Is
you.
that police in where you're from or police where we're from? Because
I believe it's Americans.
I was gonna say because like policing in terms of international. Oh, we were having a fun conversation about psychics. Alrighty. Who's here?
Okay.
Fury's here. Deacon just came back. Richard, are you here?
I am here.
You know I'm here.
Yep, exactly. That's what I said. Alice, are you here? Oh, we're all here.
Oh,
Oh God.
is that your notebook for notes?
Yeah, look at my
Right.
shit handwriting.
It's fine.
That is good, Alan. That is
No.
good handwriting.
It's fine.
Yes,
No,
it
that is
is.
good handwriting.
Yes, it is, Yes, it is, Alice. It's fine.
It's not.
Anywho, moving on.
Fine. Stop
What did
shitting on your writing ability.
You know what?
Free.
We could honestly get a picture, like, shown into the stream, but we'll let the viewers decide
No,
on how good
don't do-
handling.
don't you
We're not.
fucking do
We are
that.
not going to do that. We are not going to do it.
I'm not.
Anyways, moving on.
Anywho, we'll continue that argument after stream.
In the
But
meantime,
yes, bottom line, as DM ruling, you have really good handwriting. Period.
DM
End of story.
DM says it, so you
Moving
can't
on.
argue.
actually, you
DM
can't argue.
second.
It's just
Yes.
pointless. But moving on. Moving on.
DM
Are we all ready to jump back in then?
Geronimo!
Yeet!
Yay!
All right. So Jacob, at your ready.
All right. Yep. So after about an do any of you guys want to do anything during that hour? By the way.
Actually, we were wondering if Courtney ever talked to Resmira while they were on Coconut and on the way there.
It's a good question, actually.
She would. We can have a little segment for that, if you'd like.
I don't care.
So as you guys are on the move it, we're gonna go back to where you guys are. Yeah, you guys are on the Coconut.
We're on Coconut.
On the coconut.
Oh,
Mhm.
Razmira, or should I say the secondary mother, I guess.
I think Mom would do just fine.
Okay, Mom.
Stepmom?
You know,
Get
I
out
never
there.
exactly got the chance to ask, but how did you and the old man, number 2, met?
Wait, which old man?
Okay.
She's referring to
Garrick.
Garrick.
Well, that's it was simple enough. I was told that I had an opportunity to leave the northern continent for a bit. I lived there for most of my life at that point, and I literally could not stand another year. When Korvac told me that I was able to go down south and be out of here, I took it with no hesitation. Little did I know that I was going to be tossed into battle, which it was all right for me. It doesn't bother me. I mean, I was raised to be a warrior.
Oh, well, I guess in this case, our mother. Oh well, more so. No, not our mother. My grandma, I guess. Yeah, she's very. I can definitely tell how you feel about that. I had
Well,
the
Mom,
pleasantries to be
my
raised
mom,
by.
she's amazing. I love her.
Oh
It's
no.
my father that I have problems with.
Yeah. She. Oh, I don't blame you there. Whenever me and Jojo begun our training with Omaris, at least for Jojo, it didn't exactly go too well at first.
No, it
But
never goes well.
Grandma Rasolka had to step in and, well, kind of be like, "Hey, Grandpa, you better stop before I go and burn off." Well, at the time I didn't know what it meant, but she used very vulgar language, which was surprising. And of course, Jojo was trying to figure out what the heck that was.
I recommend you not to ever figure out.
Oh no, I have. Not that
Bastard.
I've to say the least, I've had a accidental run-in where I've accidentally gone into the male's restrooms without realizing it, and yeah, that didn't go so well.
How did you manage that?
Especially, well, okay, so it was in the middle of school, and I need to go use the restroom, so Amaris or slash your mom was like, because they were both there, they were like, sure, go ahead. So I went there, and well, on the way there, some of the boys decided to throw sand in my eyes. I was blinded, and I knew the general location where the bathroom was, but I accidentally stumbled into the boys' bathrooms without realizing it. And as soon as I uncovered my eyes, well, I was completely confused on what the hell I was seeing, but I knew immediately this was not the right restroom, and I left.
I mean, I would have said, how the fuck did you manage to go into the male's restroom? But having sand in your eyes, I don't blame you there anymore.
Yeah, it's not so much it was the boys bullying me, it was more so the friends were pulling a prank on me.
Ugh.
But I got them back later on. That
Did
was
you
fun.
kick that ass?
You could say that.
If you did, then I'm proud.
More so, I grabbed some nearby pine corns slash acorns. What are the squirrels that are, wanted to eat? But I stole it from a squirrel's nest, and I put them right inside the boys'
Oh,
pants. So while they were walking down the corridors, well, guess who just got squirrels in their pants? Of course,
Oof.
why did
Rosolka
I
got
not
mad at
ever
both
think
of
of
us
that?
for doing this.
Why did I not ever think of that?
Right? It's funny considering
Don't
the fact that
encourage
they
her,
went out.
Razmira.
Don't encourage her.
She's an adult. And let
She's
them
an
have their moment.
adult.
Let them have
Seriously
their moment.
though, I mean, think about it. It's squirrels going after their nuts while after going after other nuts. It's flipping genius.
It is genius.
It's a good thing Solos isn't
However, they
there.
had to go visit the school's clerics afterwards, and
Well,
yeah, that was
at that point, I think they
holiday.
deserved it. If I had a bunch of people picking on me, and if I wasn't such a coward
no.
in my younger years.
I mean, they weren't exactly picking on me. It was a little bit of a prank war, but after that, they pulled off one more prank, and well, to say the least, we both got in major troubles considering the fact that we lit the headmaster's hair on fire, and that's when we effectively put the end to the prank war that we had going.
Yeah.
Lasted for
what?
almost a year too.
I don't know whether to
But
be proud or to be angry about that. Because I know that the
guess,
headmaster was a dick. Half the time.
well, if it makes you, well, actually, I can't exactly say if this makes you feel any better, considering I've heard a lot of mixed things about your relationship between Ormurus and Hugh.
What is it that you've heard about the most between me and him?
Well, coming from Ormurus, you guys
Ormurus.
were. He considered you to be a favor child, but from
Sorry?
other people around the from other people from around the kingdom that knew you well, said otherwise. More
Don't-
importantly, Korvac's friend. Well,
Shenko.
and your friend, and your friend. Mm-hmm.
I like how you guys have so little social lives, but they can be categorized as your friend, like as if there isn't more than one.
Literally, she only had like one other friend. So she
That's what I'm
knows.
talking
She knows
about.
exactly who this is.
But
Shenko.
This is what I'm talking about.
yeah, but
I haven't
see,
spoken to her
something.
since I left.
I haven't spoken to her in a while. Hopefully, she's doing good. Though, between you and me, I don't know if Korvac knows this, but what Shinko told me, she had a really large crush on him back around this time, or years prior to that.
Wait. Repeat?
Yeah, she liked your brother, especially from the
Oh.
moment especially from the moment that you guys went and spoke with her.
I mean, I known she kept eyeing him every so often. After a couple of years, I know she holds him up in high regards, but I didn't think that. Ooh.
Yeah, she told me that the reason she never spoke to him about it was because she didn't think she was exactly worthy in terms of being her being his girlfriend. But,
Possible that lady could do so much more.
oh, trust
She
me,
she's
even
a,
I know that.
she is
Honestly, he'd
always by the royal family. She's been ace of her class. I don't see why not. I think they're.
well, I do. Go ahead.
This girl.
Honestly, I feel like that would put Mr. Grumpy over there and turn his entire life around. Though I know he isn't exactly always grumpy. Though she did regret that she was never able to fully tell him. We all learned about what all that had happened around the time that I was 13. However, on that same day, we hit the entire royal family and the continent sort of hit a major sort of had a major hit taken upon them. Major impact.
Like what?
Well, Mormorus was killed. And that left despite how a lot of people saw him, I left a really big opening within Alamari.
There's a mixture of emotions on Rosmira's face. She's kind of like, oh yeah, he finally died, and then there's, oh shit,
He died.
Yeah,
he
'cause
died.
he is prize general after all.
Yeah, it's like, oh my god, he's finally dead, and then also, shit, he's dead.
Yes, he's finally dead. Oh shit, he's dead.
We suspected some. We suspected some form. I wouldn't say assassination, but someone from the east killed him. At this point, by the way, Korvac, if you're still like anywhere nearby, you would have heard of this.
We're on Coconut. We're in Sky.
Oh,
Yeah, they're on the ground.
Yeah, and I'm on the ground on a frost strike. Come on.
true.
Yeah, we're in the sky. So
If we are
So I
retconning
was
back to
imagining you
stuff,
guys going around.
if we are-
but
if we are retconning stuff from like the hour or whatever, Solis would have probably tried to have a conversation with Korvac since she was riding shotgun, blunderbuss, whatever.
Alright.
blunderbuss.
we'll do that. In any
After
case,
this one,
yeah.
obviously.
After we learned news of his death, there some places celebrations, but at the same time, a lot of people were worried. Honestly, it threw the entire kingdom into a panic. Took about a few days for things to finally settle down, thanks to Grandma, but even then,
He
think
doesn't have
that-
his position for nothing. I know that for a fact.
that's true. But we learned how to fight from him, along with learning our studies for fighting. Well, at least for me, I kind of took up to whatever I had learned from Grandma or Grandpa on how Garrick fought, or well, my dad fought. More so Grandma, because I'm gonna be honest, Elmerus was a dick at that point about it. Not so much that.
I do not expect any less.
But
He wasn't nice to me, and I was his adopted daughter, and usually it's the same way with everybody else. Except, I guess I took most of the brunt since I'm the only one who did go into fighting. Everybody else preferred to stick their nose in a book.
Yeah, that kind of.
Fucking books.
Jonathan completely had that issue with Elmerus, but
Yes.
what was dick about Elmerus was the fact that he called my dad's fighting style weak.
Huh.
But yeah,
Hmm.
I was a bit curious about
unrefined.
him at that point.
Could use more muscle.
Everybody has their own style of fighting. He cannot talk. He has his style of fighting. I have my style of fighting. You have yours. Everybody has their own.
Yeah, at least it wasn't as bad as his lectures, though. Oh Lord!
Oh
don't
my
even
God,
get me
his
started on so many of
lectures.
the. Don't even get me started on any of the stories that he told us about his adventures out.
Don't you worry about it. I
Adventuring.
know like most of them. Since I couldn't sit and read a book, I had to sit and listen to him.
Did you ever have to listen to the story about him and going down to the depths of hell and fighting the three-headed dog?
Yeah, I did.
Jojo bought every single word of it. I knew it was.
No, it's all
bullshit.
fake. I know it's all fake. If that was the case, he wouldn't have come back, and I wouldn't be so depressed.
Yeah. To say the least, it. At least what I learned later that it wasn't a three-headed dog. No, it was dogs, all right, but they were very large dogs, and unfortunately,
Wolves.
he didn't have. Oh, to him, they were extremely large dogs, and he couldn't stand a quote unquote match. They weren't match. He quote unquote felt bad for them that he was gonna strike them down, so he let them go and brought back extra reinforcements to help him out with it. But from what I could tell from his soldiers, they said he was scared shitless.
Yeah. Don't ever believe whatever Artemis says.
That must have been really early days then, because like
That's really early days, man.
Well, there's only about a few things I actually captured words, and that's fighting. Very least, he was a decent teacher about that.
He knew how to condition people. He knew how to do that.
I had to go and calm Jojo down out of his anxiety attacks. You know, it's funny. He isn't afraid of. He isn't exactly afraid of bears anymore, which I'm sure Garrett, my dad, would be quite proud of him.
Is he
He's
scared of
scared
foxes?
shitless. No, he's scared shitless of your dad, and more specifically, at his words at that time, scary dragon dude yelling at him for odd reason.
That sounds very accurate when it comes to my father. And
Mm-hmm.
I really don't blame the poor man.
But no, he's also gotten his fear over of foxes and things of that sort.
Mm-hmm.
He's actually gotten quite brave.
That is good to hear.
In any case, mother, at some point, because I do want to take a nice look at the scenery before we get there. Never got to venture out much. I do want to talk to you and Dad a bit more.
oh shit, I'm frozen.
Mm.
You guys froze on my end.
I would. I do not disagree, but I will just give you this as a quick summary. It was a lot of hiding and a lot of secrecy.
Also, real
Well,
quick,
I rather not
you
talk
guys cut
about
out on my end. What did she want to talk about with Garrick and Rasmira?
their childhood.
Okay.
I would rather not talk about mine. If you want to talk about Gerrick,
well, that's all right.
that'll be up to
Besides,
him.
grandma's given me a lot of information about your childhood.
Like what?
But that is a story I think is for another time.
Oh, you're gonna leave me hanging like that, huh?
Of course, that's how all good stories happen.
God.
It just so happens that we're trying to rewrite a new one, or
Mm-hmm.
try to write a new one. With that, we're gonna cut to Solus and Korvac having a conversation.
By the way, did I overhear any of the conversation? Because I was with Ellerin in the air, and I wanted to see if I heard some of that.
Yeah, we were in the air.
I'm not gonna talk to Ellerin.
Yeah.
I just wanted to see if I heard it. Okay, I needed to know that.
We both would have heard it. Oh, wait, no,
Well,
that's his
it depends on how close you guys are flying. Because
I rolled a
it
23.
tends to
Oh, right, I almost
distort
forgot.
voices when it comes to flying.
I rolled a 26.
You would have heard a decent bit of it.
Okay, that's all I needed. That's all I needed, Jacob, for RP purposes.
Okay.
So, down on the ground, Solus would attempt
Meanwhile,
to make conversation with Korvac. So, what's it like breathing acid?
Well, always comes with the side effect of melting most things I spit this black goop on.
So that's
Hello?
so that's what the puzzle was. Apparently, you were.
Ba, 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 ra, ba, 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 ba. We can't do.
Actually,
We
if
can't
I
do much more.
remember correctly, I got seriously drunk in another world and I ruined some kid's bed. I don't know, and I don't care, but
You got
Poor
shit-faced drunk.
Eloquin.
Also,
Poor Eloquin.
Fury, you did cut out at the end of that. So are you still there?
Yes, I am here.
Okay, making sure. Keep going.
Yeah. Sorry for asking questions. I've never known other Dragonborn. I've only ever known myself.
well, that may be true.
What was
But
it?
hey, what's wrong with drooling when seriously tired?
I wasn't referring to the dueling in particular, but just in
Oh no,
general.
you cut out.
Yeah, you cut
Yes.
out, mate.
You haven't seen other Dragonborn before, that's right.
Yeah. Okay.
Wasn't. Yeah. Just seems so weird to think there are others of me. I always thought I was unique.
Well, I don't want to burst your bubble, but there's plenty of others that are capable of doing the same thing. But one thing that does make you unique is that strange hair you have on your head.
She chuckles and flicks it slightly. Yes, I guess that is a. I haven't seen any others with a condition like mine. Plus, I don't think I've seen any other Dragonborn set themselves on fire.
Oh, just wait and see. I can set myself afire eventually. Right now, the fire can be a little bit of a nuisance. You'll see.
She just chuckles slightly. I suppose also my
Yeah.
face is unique. I've never seen a Dragonborn with a inbuilt face paint before. Even my time amongst your people, I'd seen none like me.
Inbuilt
Who were
face paint.
she gestures to her face, which is stark white, yet the rest of all of her scales are gold.
Oh, that's just scale patterning. I don't know what you're talking about. Face paint.
I've never seen a drag. I've not even amongst your people. I've not seen people with such a distinct. And it's only my face. Like I can understand other patterns, but just my face is white.
Maybe it has something else to do with your upbringing. You never know.
Perhaps.
That would explain the set of hair.
If I may, what got you into forging and worshipping the god as you do? I assume you worship a god since you were able to get a aid of a celestial so easily.
Hold on, let me ask Jacob something.
Sure.
Yep. Yeah, obviously I won't be able to hear the conversation out there, but I really needed to see if I could hear the one above.
Hey,
Alright, let's
Jacob,
see,
check
now
your DM.
Going that. In what way?
All right, since there's silence, if you want to watch stuff like this,
Sure.
please visit my YouTube channel at Club,
Alright.
which is Club Kyle, Club with a K instead of a C, for the archives, and follow me on Twitch at Club_Kyle. Again, Club with a C with a K. My bad, Club with a K.
Wow.
Okay,
Can I make a plug?
Depends on the
I'll make a plug
plug.
real-
Depends on the plug, dude.
My artist that did my icon.
Sure.
If you want to have a look at the artist that did my profile icon up there, you can check them out at www.deviantart Shadow the Dragon Wolf, and they are also available on Furfinity
Okay.
as Shadow of Blue
Oh,
Fire.
I thought you drew that yourself.
No,
You're,
he's
uh,
talking
No,
about
I
his.
can't
You're talking
draw.
about his Discord. He's. Yeah, oh no, you can't. All right. Either way, it doesn't matter.
I'm
Oh.
actually talking about both. Both my Discord icon and Solace's icon on
Okay.
here were done by the same person.
Alrighty. Moving on.
Have you ever heard of a true cleric?
No, I have not.
Well, in that case, I am one of those. True clerics are born with the divine power that the god has gifted.
Not
so
too
you
dissimilar.
could say I was like this at birth.
Not too dissimilar. Not too dissimilar from myself. I've always had a talent for setting things on fire. Even
Yes,
without
but
meaning
powers
to.
of paladin though come through oaths. Your powers of fire comes from something else,
I mean,
which
it's
I
what
must
led
say
me
is
to.
quite intriguing.
It's what took me. It's what why the Taio Shin took me in to begin with. So it must have something to do with divine energy. I
Divine.
admit I don't remember much about my childhood. I just remember the Tao Shin. I don't even remember my family very clearly. I say I've never grown up around Dragonborn. I can't even remember what my parents looked like.
Well, it makes sense with being an orphan.
I don't even know.
Well,
I had obviously had parents at some point, or I wouldn't be here. But
well, yes. You're just probably too young to have remembered their faces.
no, all I can remember is the people in the Tao Shin temple.
And who's to say that's a bad thing? Family is wherever you consider home.
She smiles slightly. Yes, I suppose that's true. Thanks, Korvac.
What?
Who did give you your powers, if you don't mind me asking?
Well, the woman that has been very intrusive in our life.
Refresh my memory. Who is this again?
Nami.
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 Yes, that one. Never thought my first experience with a god would be one other than the one I worship. But I guess, considering what we now know happened to her,
Wasn't what you expected, right? Who knew a god would be so outgoing?
I feel I may have had contact with mine beforehand if it weren't for the other woman.
My mother.
Oh, yes. That vile hag.
And that's an insult to hags.
Nice.
I suppose so.
She will pay. I will make sure she will.
Fire and ash.
There won't be an atom left of her.
Good enough for me.
Thanks for hearing me out, Korvac. I appreciate it.
I better get enough conversation as it is. My sister is always with him.
Why
Now,
you always lying?
Why the fuck you lying?
Damn it,
You lying?
Yeah. For anyone who's
I was
wondering,
thinking of saying
for anyone who's wondering, I posted a GIF of now keys.
from Advanced
I
Warfare.
literally in my notes at the bottom I said Solus and Korvac chat and don't smooch.
I talk about
What
how.
fairy tale is this? This
Moving
is
on.
illegal.
Moving on. Fast forwarding back to
illegal.
fast forwarding back to leaving the meeting with Alexius, basically exile, but with US. Exilus.
Exilus.
Exilus. Thank you.
Excellent.
Exilus.
Personally, I keep thinking she named herself that because she wants to make herself seem excellent.
Anyways.
Oh my god, Fury.
Moving on.
Well, I mean, if they have
Move.
She
farms
tempted.
with chickens, I guess.
Moving
I
on.
guess her eggs from the farm are gonna be excellent.
Moving
I would cut through
on.
that screen and strangle you.
Moving
Can we
on.
fire the DM? Can we fire the DM?
Moving on.
So what I'm hearing is Toronto.
Guys, moving on.
Guys, come on, let's go.
Alright.
Anyways, we're
So what's that?
exiting the queen, right?
Yep, you guys are exiting the queen. Do you guys want to do anything with within the next hour before you take your leave?
Garrick doesn't really have anything unless... Actually, did they sell magical weapons here?
Yes, they hold on, magical.
Or Mastercraft, at the very least.
Mastercraft.
They don't sell Mastercraft weapons here or magical weapons. They do sell scrolls and other magical items.
I don't have much use for
Nice
scrolls.
to make someone some armor.
You made Solus and you made it.
Oh right, I did. Okay.
Yep. Then in that case, no, because I was thinking about getting a bludgeoning weapon, but I need it to be magical for the sake of overcoming damage resistances, so never mind.
Well, you shouldn't be telling that to me. You should tell that to them.
Don't worry about it. I'm not gonna worry about it. If it's not there, it's not there.
No. Fury wasn't actually done with his bit yet.
It wasn't much. I was just gonna say, yes, the Azamar that acts like a dragonborn.
Oh, that we overlooked that. I mean, she was raised by dragons, after all.
That explains why she growls when we spar.
And you don't.
I'm a dragonborn. It's to be expected.
Exactly.
Sorry, I thought you guys were done.
That was it. That's all I wanted to.
Okay,
I was
okay.
like,
Okay, to be fair, I did think you were
Talking
done.
shit about me.
We all thought you were done. Anyways, yeah, so in that case, I have nothing to do. I'll just wait for everyone else before we set out and then eventually make camp.
No, I don't have anything.
nope.
I got nothing.
Alright. With that, there isn't going to be any needs to really keep watch of anything since
We
there's gonna
will.
be guards stationed up
We
here.
still will.
We still will.
I mean, if you guys want to roll, if you guys still want to, but you guys don't have to make your rolls.
We're camping outside the
Nothing.
city, so, you know, we kind of have to.
Yeah, but there are guard stations posted out on the outskirts of the city.
Either way, though, they won't be able to see everything. Like, we're probably camping a few hundred feet away from the
And I-
city.
Guess that's true, yeah.
I'll take first. Garrick will take first watch.
I'll
take
take
second.
third watch.
Alright.
I guess Silas will take the one before dawn.
Alright, so the last watch. Okay, so fourth watch. Okay. Oops. I was...
Quick question for the sake of inventory. How many rations were we each
My
given?
apologies.
You guys
rations
were
do we
given
get?
6 rations.
God.
Each.
Yep.
Whoops.
Alright.
Where did my thing go?
Alrighty, so does anyone join me on my watch, or am I alone?
I mean, considering we only need to do 4, I guess I can join you on that.
Okay, then it's a 24 for my perception.
Alright, yeah. Your guys' watch it's pretty good. There isn't anything too bad. I mean, aside from the standard wolves howling in the mountainside, they're...
Well, at this
You
point,
guys are
Jacob,
perfectly
wolves
fine.
are not a threat to us.
Yeah, I know.
For some reason, you heard something yelling about craving mineral, but whatever.
Like, maybe a few dire wolves, but even then, like, those are not a threat to us. Alright.
Yeah.
Mineral memes.
Yep. Anyways. Yep. So with that, second watch, which was Ellerin, which
No
25.
conversation.
Oh,
25.
if you want to.
No, I was just asking you if you wanted to talk to Korvac about anything.
No, I just wanted to see if anyone was going to join just for the sake of RPing, right? Garrick is mostly quiet throughout his watch, contemplating.
Alright.
What's on your mind, Garrick?
Just The future, for lack of a bet, if you'll forgive the phrasing.
Well, we'll have to see what the future holds before us.
I hold up the future journal. We have a guideline. Other than that,
Yes, but the thing is, though, what decisions we make now affects
Oh.
the authenticity of that.
that's what I was about to say. That's why I called it a guideline. We have, honestly, we should only rely on this thing for maybe the next month, and that's overestimating quite a bit. Once then, it's new territory.
Once then, it's nothing but a storybook.
Hmm.
Well, I mean, it's still your diary, but
Journal.
diary.
I don't feel like arguing. I don't feel like arguing semantics. Let's just. We have a chance to prepare. Let's hope we don't waste it.
Korvac switches to Draconic. What do you think, Mira? You think it's a diary, right?
I say in Draconic, you know I can still understand you.
Yes, but she can't
She-
understand common tongue.
She nods her head.
See, she agrees.
Yeah.
I am going to go to sleep. Have a good.
But with this, the Frostdrake's gonna stand. It's gonna walk over and try to and stand like sit. Well, not sit, but like stand right in front of you and looks up at you.
Me?
Yes.
What do you want exactly? I say in Draconic. Keeping in mind that's not intelligent enough, like the Capine, to, write stuff.
It kind of lightly pats at your legs.
Food. I say in Draconic food.
Wants pets.
Fine, I scritch it. And if you need me to roll an animal handling check, I'll give myself guidance.
I was gonna say it wants pets.
No, it wants pets, but as you're petting it, it wants to try to give you a nice big slobbery kiss.
You do. You know, dragon tongues are a lot like cat tongues, right?
Yep.
And that's how they clean themselves. So
You
that's,
realize that tiger tongues, if they lick you, they could lick off your skin
Yep.
into flesh,
I
right?
stop it. Yeah, that's what I'll say. I stop it from licking me. We're not there yet.
It's disappointed.
I scritch it and then just wake up. I pick Ellerin out of his trance and go to bed.
Just throw
Go
something at
to
him.
bed.
Followed by a large lizard that tries to flop down on top of you.
What'd you name this thing again? God, 1 second. Let me go back up.
Mira.
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 That's right. All right. I assume nothing happens on Ellerin's watch.
Yeah,
Nope.
with a 25 perception.
All right. Who?
Nothing
Rasmira
happens on your watch.
was third watch, and I guess so was Ellerin
I am
because.
third watch.
I'd take their watching with her, so
Okay,
I'll give
do
her the
you...
help.
Do you want to? Go ahead. Go ahead, Alice.
Okay.
16.
Oh wow, the feeling when.
There's no point.
The feeling when.
Do you want to talk with Rasmira? Cause she'll stay quiet.
Are you concerned about Garrick too? With how distant he's being?
Yeah, I mean, I understand we all need a little space, but he usually shares with us, and as of late, he's been too quiet. It concerns me.
He told me when I went to tell him about the safety of the civilians, he told me a little bit early about the treaty in Zenith City, and I'm just
Treaty.
concerned.
I told you guys about this. I told all of you guys about this.
He told all of us about it the next
There's a
morning. But
treaty.
he had told Ellerin the night
Just
before.
because he confronted him. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But I am concerned. I feel like there's a lot that the journal is telling him that he feels almost like he needs to keep to himself. But I don't. But as we know from the past, keeping things to yourself is not healthy.
It really isn't. For all we know, he could be going back to the ways of this is destiny.
Well,
And you know how messed up he was at that point.
I just
Is Courtney on the third watch, considering, or
No,
okay?
it's just something that could be asked at some point. She's
Yep.
memorized that book relatively.
Yep, and there are certain passages that I really didn't want her to read, but I can't control.
But I'm gonna assume that we don't do. I don't think we would know that she's.
She gave me
memorized
the
that
journal.
book.
She gave me the journal, so you would at the
She
very
gave
least.
you guys.
She gave
She
me.
gave us the
Yeah.
journal,
Yeah,
so
so
that has to hint something. That has
Yeah.
to hint that she knows the
Something.
majority of that journal.
Yeah.
And he'll say that. He'll say, "Well, then, given the fact that Courtney knows, Courtney gave the journal to Garrick, we could try and talk to her."
We could. We could talk to her.
We could talk to her. I tried talking to Garrick, and that didn't go as well as I hoped.
Let me guess, he stayed very vague, and he just didn't want to talk to you in general.
And yeah, we know the whole spiel.
We know the whole spiel.
Oh,
If push
third
comes
op,
to shove, if we don't get anything out of Courtney,
we could take the book.
exactly. And I know you're able to do that better than I.
Probably. I heard something drop, Jacob.
Currently, Garrick is asleep. In terms of stealthing, you would have to pass my passive if you were trying to stealth me, which is an 18.
Knowing Elrin,
Probably.
that'd
Knowing
be really
Elrin.
Probably, but I just figured I'd let you know.
unlikely of him failing.
The odds of it failing are very slim, but I figured I'd put that out if you're going to go through with this.
Yeah. Well, which option should we go with first?
I don't feel right stealing the book from Garrick, at least not now. I think if we can't get it out of Courtney at first, then we'll take the book.
Agreed. Hopefully she talks.
This is persuasion time.
Well, you have to
Family
wake her up,
talk
yeah.
show.
We have
We'll
to
have
wake
to
her. We have to wake her up. It's the when now. When do
Yep.
you? When should we talk to Courtney?
I think I think a little bit before we reach the camp. So
A little
Very
bit
s-
before. All right, I could. That's That's understandable. That's reasonable.
yeah, but it needs to be at a point when Garrick is not around.
Like when he's sleeping.
Like when he's sleeping.
Like when he's sleeping.
Do you think we should wake her up?
Yeah, I'll go wake her up.
Yeah.
I go over to Solace's tent. And I drop my
She's-
shield on her.
She's once again sleeping with the dagger under her pillow, which, after having the shield dropped on her, she immediately responds by slashing with it, thankfully not hitting you. Oh, it's you.
Yeah, wake up.
But haven't you ever heard the phrase have you ever heard the phrase "let sleeping dragons lie"?
No, because it's your turn.
Fair
And the
enough.
phrase is as he's walking by, he goes, and the phrase is "let sleeping dogs lie."
But he said.
Just one burp once.
She flips you the your middle finger.
He reciprocates without even looking at her.
So, do you guys get Courtney up tonight, or and talk in private while Saul's on our watch? Because I'm trying to get this figured out.
Well, it is my terrible role. Oh, that's not bad for what I see.
Yeah, I think we'll wake Courtney up, and talk to her in private.
Okay. Well, for one, your watch went pretty peaceful. There wasn't aside from some clouds rolling over the moon and making things darker. It's
Dark
it
vision
can
really
be
doesn't
confusing
matter in that.
vision.
Dark vision doesn't
Yeah.
matter.
I
Still,
don't
though.
actually.
No,
Dragon
you
Ball
don't.
does.
You don't. But you know the rest of them do.
Dragonborn do not.
I'll make a small fire
Same
anyway.
here.
I spend most of the watch playing with flames using control flames.
Fair enough.
Right. So you guys get Courtney up.
Yep. We get her up before you get up.
Me,
Me.
Courtney,
It's
Wiki.
me. Yeah, me and Resmir wake her up.
Huh?
Wiki.
Who's here?
Us.
Just
Well,
us.
shit. Oh,
It-
mom. And uncle. Uncle old man.
Yeah,
Ugh,
real cute.
what are
Get
you
up.
doing here?
So did you just use real yawns as acting? That's brilliant.
Moving on.
we just wanted to talk to you.
Man, it's not even morning yet. I don't have coffee.
Okay, if you want me to make you coffee, I could.
That's fine. Well, nah, we could save that for the morning.
Okay.
What do you want to talk about?
It's in reference to your father and your
Oh, the
and
old
the
man.
journal.
Oh boy, here we go. All right.
With that, I can
What's gonna
assume
save
you
us
knew
for
we
a
would
camp?
eventually talk to you.
Of course, just hoping it was going to be more at camp, but I can answer some questions now. What would you like to know?
We think Eric is hiding things from stuff that in that journal that he's not telling us.
Probably.
And
Honestly, there's a lot of scary stuff within that journal. Don't blame my old man for wanting to keep that stuff hidden.
we just know from experience that keeping things hidden is a very unhealthy way to go about things. He's
Especially when
only
he does it.
Yeah, especially when your dad does it. But
Yes.
anyways, he gave us some information, but the fact that he's been so distant means that there's definitely something else going on.
Oh? Well, ask
We
away
don't-
then. If it means to help my old man out so that way he isn't fully alone on this, as stubborn as he can be, I'll let you guys in on what you guys want to know.
So we tell her what Garrick did tell us. Thing with the sea serpent, the treaty, where the
Caesar was in
air.
the journal, but yeah.
My bad. About the treaty, where the air nomads are, how they would ambush us if we
No,
went.
that wasn't that. That was the Underwoods in this temple. That was the Underwoods in the temple, to be accurate.
My bad.
There was miscommunication there.
My bad. Some of the ancient artifacts you found in the temple, as well as I didn't think about the Western Dragon God, but I believe that was the only things that you told us about.
Yep.
I don't remember.
Yep, which were the
Yeah.
only thing relevant to the task at hand.
Yes, but we ask is there anything that we just left out regarding that journal that Garrick would hide from us? Something that would have to do
Well,
with either him or the future, the near future.
if I had to put
Anything
my money
major?
on it,
Anything major?
I'd have to say it's what's happening within the next year. We've been in the works of a plan for about a month or two now.
What plan?
Maybe a month. Well, unfortunately, if you were to try to bring it to any authorities as of late,
They probably wouldn't believe us.
wouldn't believe us. But at the very least, those in our allies can at the very least prepare.
What
In a few
plan?
months, the dragon gods are to be slain. Furthermore,
Yeah.
there's going to be a secondary attack happening at the same time.
Where?
I actually
You know
did not
that
know
little
that as Garrick.
party? You know that party place where you guys went to have parties with the gods?
Oh, the celestial planes of
10,
existence.
10,000 men, 10,000 soldiers from the east are gonna be marching at their doorsteps. Nami and the rest of the gods there are slain.
To be fair, Garrick actually didn't know that. He hasn't gotten that far in the journal because Jacob only gave me the relevant information.
I gotta type that shit down. Give me a sec.
Oh, I already have.
I'm still typing it.
If I had to put my wager on it, probably that. Or there was something else that happened a while back that should still be in there. Unless if he burnt it out.
She would have
What
no...
happened?
It's not what happened. That's the thing. It's not what happened.
What do you mean?
What do you mean?
Well, I think my father. If I had to if I were to take a look at that journal and find that the page is gone, I'm gonna have to confront my father about it.
What page?
That's the thing. I won't know until I look at it.
She hasn't read it
The
then.
journal. I have an idea as to what it is, but I want to make sure my theories are correct. At least that's something I was able to take off from my dad. At
That's
least
my
from
girl.
what I've heard. One of the very few things. But, yes. In a year's time, there's going to be a major strike against the entire world.
So I guess you guys'
However-
choices now.
Well then.
Elrin,
Yes.
or should I say my uncle? Certainly, I'm sure, with you as a prince, and eventually becoming king, I'm sure you'll be able to, at the very least, either talk to Nami herself, or even have a message sent over to Cidria to start placing troops there. Knowing Nami, she probably would have troops. She would allow troops to be set up there.
Knowing Nami, she should have. I was hoping she would have known about this already just from our conversation now, but.
That's the thing.
Gods aren't omnipresent, dude. They are powerful, but most of them aren't.
She was trying to keep an eye on the East. Somehow, some way, was never stated, Cassandra, or the East at the very least, was able to slip through her detection, and they took her by surprise. From what I've heard written down, that entire place, when you guys had arrived there, was a complete slaughterhouse. Angels, civilians, worshippers,
Which
innocent people
implies
slain
that...
there. Place was in ruins.
And if I can guess,
guys-
she would have absorbed all those gods' powers.
She first absorbed the standing gods that were trying to protect Nami, but they were no match for her. Along with some of her generals.
Then that implies that the father's
But
going to be attacking Dragon Gods.
Whenever they stormed Nami's throne, essentially, they had a decent fight, but
She was
She
still
was-
outnumbered and outmatched.
not so outnumbered and outmatched. Outwitted. Outmoved. Nami, during that fight, from what could have been told, was that she was trying to predict her movements. Since she was the goddess of creation, she would have been able to have the power to do that, yet somehow she was able to completely, I guess, make Nami think, confuse Nami in terms of how she was moving. And she managed to get in there for an attack. with that first attack gone onto her, it was only a matter of time before her power was absorbed from her, and then slain before each and every one. At that point, that entire place was burnt down to ruins.
Oh yeah.
It fell.
There is a
That
look of horror on Elrin's face at the moment from that.
Same with Rosmira.
Wait here a moment as Elrin walks. As
Hold
Elrin
on.
walks, is there anything else she wants to say?
Yes, give me a second.
I mean, I'll be honest, it's better just to seal the journal now.
She looks at you guys. There's one last thing. In terms of who's killing the dragons,
It's Lucius.
though you might have. Hold on. Jeez. What am talking to you?
Jesus.
If it's not Cassandra that's fighting the dragons, we can assume it's her fucking husband.
Yep.
Yay.
Her husband's there, though. From what I've heard, or at least that was written down, he managed to escape before you guys could land any final blows or actually dealt a decent amount of damage against him. He was called back.
You said he was called back.
You're not there.
You're not there. It's just me and Resmir.
You're not there.
Oh. Oops.
What do you mean? What do you mean called back? Called back to the east?
I think so. I'm not sure. However, whenever he left, the gods, well, I guess he had, instead of actually killing them hand by hand, one by one, as I'm sure he probably would have enjoyed, they died to poison.
Poison?
Poison.
Yep. Their powers, too, were taken away from them. Even their resistance.
The dragon
was
gods
stripped
died to
away from
poison,
them.
correct?
Huh?
The dragon gods are the ones who died to poison?
Yep.
Hell, well, poison.
Their resistance to that stuff. They were severely weakened at that state.
Resmira, as he looks over to Resmira, he goes, "Don't we know a god of poisons?"
We do. Well,
Then a Scorpy, right?
yes.
So,
Hmm.
in terms of stealing the book,
Not exactly.
I don't want to point fingers.
Well, there's one of two logical conclusions. There's one or two. There's a couple of theories to that one. Of course, it could be the goddess herself, or unless there is an inside job over there at the temple. There are plenty of.
is he frozen for anyone else?
Right, but
Yeah.
a poison to kill the gods, though, is usually something that
Only a
another
can
god
do.
could do.
Another god can do. That's the
Doesn't-
thing.
This is true, but that doesn't mean Jack Diddley Squat. They have records of what poisons are there in the cures for them.
What was the second part? You said that there was the second option is that either it was Scorpy herself or what was the other one?
It could have been an inside job.
Okay.
An
Or
inside
basically,
job.
he's meaning that her disciples.
What? Yeah.
Or hers, yeah.
Yeah, exactly, her disciples.
Well,
Damn it. Anything else?
In terms of anything being a major, I'm pretty sure that's all there is to it as of right now.
He goes, yeah, and then he says, "Okay, good. Wait here." He's gonna go and try and take the journal.
Which, alrighty, that would be a stealth check versus my passive.
so you have to beat an 18.
Mm-hmm. I'm sure you will.
Which I beat.
Alright, which one do you take?
His or the.
Both.
That. Oof.
Okay.
Oof.
In that case, I need to send you two a document.
Okay.
Okie dokie.
1 second. First, let me give it to Richard because he's the first one who has it. I told you, Jacob, I was keeping a natural record of this.
I know.
There's probably 1,000 fucking pages in this fucking thing. he
No,
sends
it's
us.
not. It's not. I have limited it to basically the events at hand, not the 5 years current. And then to Alice. Do you share with Rasmira?
Yeah, he brings it back over to Resmira and Courtney.
This is my current journal. Feel free to read.
Load up, you fucker.
Now this is where the fun begins.
It's not loading for me.
Fuck, my reading is shit.
It should be.
Ah!
Oh, there it is.
I'll let you guys read through that. I'm not gonna say anything.
Fuck. Okay.
Okay, so the DM has given me permission because I'm about falling asleep at my computer. I'm gonna head off.
Okay, have a good night, Fury.
The
Have a
DM's
good
given me
night, Fury.
permission.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
Not a problem,
Thank you.
man.
We'll have to read this another time because holy shit, that's a lot.
All right then. Just skip to the last bit of the
While
passages.
you're doing, I'm
skip
reading.
skip to where?
Skip around to the last passages because that's where the relevant information is.
Okay.
Scrolling down.
When kids of Rasmir, we had a wonderful day. Joined him hunting. Offered me royal guard. Saw poachers, Capine. Female. The factory. Journey that was smooth. Factory. Saw armored woman. The workers' house. Cidria. Journey tortured and drained.
Passages go into information provided in a future journal.
After that is the important information.
I found myself with a newfound resolution. Turn out to be a good person, brother. Turn out a good person. All the worst case, and all without me. This future cannot happen, but now I can rest easy. Like, see, the last that knows their cruelty and evil. I have to end it, and them and me and their legacy. My only thing left is Resmir. I need to grow strong more. Pain and loss will be a sphere, and I can leave with no lingering regrets. This is my last mission. Last thing I can do this world before I leave it. Does that mean you plan on killing yourself?
That's literally what it says right there.
Essentially.
Essentially.
Yeah. The second he saw that Courtney turned out to be a good person, that Jonathan was a good person, he realized, okay, Rasmir is the only one left. I have to make sure she's fine without me, and then, then that's it.
So where's the part that you burned regarding Amaniki? Because we're gonna try and compare.
It was basically saying that I am considering ending myself to end their legacy. That's all that really matters. The bottom is where the relevant information is in regards to that. Because in the future journal, that passage never existed. The bottom one never existed because he never met his future daughter.
Yep. He looks at she looks at you guys. All right. Can I see the books for the second, or at least
Here.
my copy?
He
She
gives
she
you-
flips through and finds the pages missing. Is like, that's what I suspected that he would go and erase. Now I'm assuming inside his own journal there's something else to it.
Which page did
Trust
he burn?
me.
It was the
Which
last page.
page?
Okay. Which page did... Oh, yeah.
Okay,
sorry. No, it wasn't the last page. He burned pages relating to Amaneki pertaining to his plans. That's what he would have burned.
He seems as though he burned the pages involving Amaneki to his plans.
What plans
That
was that
make
again?
believe.
Just out of curiosity, because
Death. Him.
okay,
Yeah, the last bit.
yeah. Okay, yeah.
Basically what Grandma told me. Interesting.
Wait, what? What did Mom
Ooh.
tell you?
Yeah, you guys don't know that. Yeah, no. What's directly written there? Do you guys understand what this means?
What?
Oh, you're gonna have a field day about this, and I'm gonna have to
Just
beat the
tell
living shit out
us.
of my dad at some point.
Just tell us, Courtney.
tell
Stop
us,
beating
damn it.
around the bush.
You
Get that
see
from your father.
sadness suddenly just goes to her eyes. The father plans on ending himself to end his legacy.
Their legacy.
Their legacy.
Before anything else, Ellerin grabs the books and he starts walking over to Garrick's tent.
Don't do anything rash, Aladdin.
Just a chat. as he gives a curt smile towards her. He throws the books right out on Garrick's face with the intent of waking him up. He says,
Rat
"Get
Garrick,
up!"
did I ever tell you that flippin' Ellerin can be scary sometimes?
I can agree with you on that. Sometimes I'm more scared of him than my own father.
Oh, so you also feel that feeling too, Mother?
Mhm.
Thank you.
All right, going back. What?
Ellerin throws the pages. "Get up now!
Oh God, what? Garrick's rubbing his
I
eyes.
think you know.
I really don't.
What's this?"
At this-
He quickly grabs the book and sticks it right in front of your face. "What's this all about regarding ending a legacy?"
So you stole my journal then?
You're damn right. You've been hiding shit from us, thinking that we wouldn't find out eventually.
You would find out eventually. At the end, I take the journal and put it back in my pouch.
Thinking you wouldn't thinking of putting the weight of the world on your shoulders again and then ending it all like a damn coward? Are you kidding?
I suppose you would not understand.
Really? What wouldn't I understand?
At this point, Rosmira is standing just outside his tent.
Ellerin, what do you think is a
As well as
legacy?
Courtney.
What do you think is a legacy?
I think a legacy is what you leave behind as a way of guiding people
That is only
forward. But
That's-
ending it?
that's
Ending yourself for the sake of ending something cruel that it's not your doing? That's pathetic.
That's only half the story. Legacy
What's
is
the
not.
other half then?
It's what you inherit from those who came before you. What they taught you via teachings by words or by actions. Everything I am is a product of them. Everything.
What happened to you? Whatever happened to you, it doesn't matter. And I'm sorry to hear that. But you make your own decisions. Don't think that because of what happened to you is not what's the word?
I don't know, dude.
I need to think for a second, honestly.
Don't ask me.
I was in role play for a sec. I was like, you make your own legacy. What your parents did, that's not you, and you're not a product of them.
But I am. Within me, I have inherited their hatred, the cruelty.
I don't see that. Not one bit.
Because I've hidden it well. It's leaked here or there, the cunning. But it's all been leaks. One day it'll break. One day I'll become just like them. Be it and not unsimilar to her. Cassandra became the way she became, under the guise of nobility and right. I will fall the same way she did, because one of these days I will view something as right that is so inherently wrong, blinded by my own everything, to see it as so.
If you truly believe that, then you're a motherfucking fool. As he walks away.
Garrick just lays back in the thing and goes back to sleep. Or at least tries to, unless someone else wants to come in there.
I watch Ellerin just briskly walk out of his tent,
Yeah, he storms off.
and I look at Courtney. You could go back to bed, honey. And I kind of just peek through the tent.
Garrick is setting up his bed mat again to go to sleep.
Get it?
Oh, nice. Hey. I assume you know as well?
Oh wait. Shoot. Go on.
I asked. I said you could go back to. Oh, he just left.
Yep.
Like I will.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
While I was trying to speak, Courtney was speaking. I didn't realize my mic was muted. Muted. I tried unmuting my mic, and when I did that, I realized, shoot, it's not gonna work.
Oh my god.
What was Courtney going to say when Rasmir told her to go to bed?
Courtney, she looks at you, at you, Rasmira. No, Mom, I have to do this real quick. She walks in. Dad,
Okay, they both do. They both come
old
in.
man, you stubborn old man. You better keep your ass awake.
I assume you both know then.
Oh, well, I mean, I already knew well in advance, which is why I'm here to tell you your plan's not gonna work.
It only goes after she's dead. Clearly she kills me in your future.
Which is why, in the event that it comes close to that, me and Evelyn and Jojo have our own little plans up our sleeves to prevent such a thing.
You can prevent...
Son or daughter or not, we're still going to make sure that each and every one of you guys get out of there alive.
That's not an option for me.
Well, unfortunately, at that point, you might as well call it a competition.
Kid.
We have our own...
Kid. You don't get it, do you? I spent... Every chance I had with you, I made sure you didn't turn out like me. Hurt. Broken. And the fact that you can stand here now in the worst of conditions shows me that I succeeded. You're still a good person in the worst case scenario.
Yeah?
This isn't a competition.
It isn't a competition for us either, but we are willing to make it a competition to ensure your safety.
I grab
so
her.
That way,
I grab her.
on.
I grab her shoulder. Listen to me.
No, you listen to me, Dad.
I put my...
We are here to make sure
you're here.
You guys get out of here alive, so you can return back to our past selves. We're not here to frolic in daisies and roses.
I know.
Or to let you lie down and do your plan.
Kid, unfortunately for you, it's not up to you. You don't understand what happened to me. What I am. You and your brother managed to avoid that. It has to end. All of it.
And because we had your help with it, you aren't whatever you say you are.
Not yet, but I will.
Doubt it.
And what
if
about
it comes down to you taking a hit, we'll take the hit instead.
Now I look to Rasmira. For what it's worth, I am sorry.
How can you be so foolish?
Is it foolishness to want to make sure this never happens again?
I've told you this over and over again, Garek. You are the one that changes yourself. You will never. As long as you know what you're doing.
I don't most of the time. Ever since this all began, I have never known what I've been doing. All I've been doing is reacting to this and to that. It's not something I think I'll become willingly. It will be unintentional, as it did her. She became the way she did because under the guise of doing what was right. Who's to say it won't happen to me?
And who's to say it won't happen?
I grab her shoulders. I don't want to hurt any of you. You most of all.
You have done hurt me with the thought.
But
the thought of you being gone.
That's a thought that is always present, regardless of my plans. One slip up, that's all it takes for my life to end.
And each and every one of us. We could die the next morning. We could die within the next 10 years. We could die within the next millennium.
That's why you have to accept that no matter what, you're probably going to outlive me. Not...
Because you're going to do it yourself?
No.
You're just going to cut your
No.
line short?
No. Because of what you are. I am mortal. I will die mortal. You're so much grander than I. So whether I end it myself, she does it, or I die to old age.
What happens if I'm not? What happens if I become a monster?
You won't. You weren't.
And how do you know that?
Because you were sent here to save, not to destroy. Those above you were monsters. But you were never one. I am not a monster now. I don't want to be a monster. But I am the one who knows them best. I have seen everything they have ever done. All their evil, all of their cruelty, experienced. You had a bad father, but you had a good mother. She's the reason why I know you will never be a monster. I don't have that. I haven't made any decisions.
But look at you now. You're a hero in so many people's eyes. How can you bring yourself down so low after all the hard work that you've put in to ensure that you don't become them?
Maybe I don't want to take the chance. Maybe
You still believe. You're still believing in destiny.
Maybe I don't want to live in a world where I do fall and have to live with the fact that I disappointed you most of all. Maybe I don't want to live in that world where you are forced to strike me down. I'm sorry. I haven't made any decisions yet. It's only a last resort. One that I'm considering more and more. But it's that, a last resort.
Resort that I will never allow. A last resort that should never exist.
And yet it does.
Because you still believe in fucking destiny.
I don't believe...
The legacy.
Legacy is what I believe in, not destiny.
Then why?
I don't
Why
think...
this? Why?
Because she should never have been in this world. Or him. Or me. I don't...
And yet it all happened, didn't it? I shouldn't even be here either. And yet we're here.
That's different. I haven't made any decisions yet. It all comes down to what happens in the next year. That's our deadline for this. We only have 1 year before we're supposed to die. I'll know in the moment. I told your mother about my plans because on some level, I want you to talk me out of it. I want to live. I want to see my children grow up. I want to be with you for the rest of whatever we call life.
Then why consider the option? If you want to continue living, then continue living. Why is this option ever even exist, Garrick?
Because I can't risk that life turning into something foul.
Then you make it not happen. As I have repeated over and over again, you forge your future.
Like I said.
I could have easily gone. I could easily not be here today. And yet I'm still here. And you? What reason? You don't have a reason. You don't. If you want to keep living, you keep living. I want you here. I know the kids want you here. I know everybody wants to see you here. And it doesn't matter what happens afterwards.
Garrick holds your face in his hand and kisses you on the lips. And as he pulls back, I can't promise anything. Like, all I can do is try.
You don't try. You accomplish. You do. There is no trying.
You Star Wars quoting motherfucker. But seriously, though.
If it fucking works.
Yeah. Garrick is just silent. Well, I got my rest in for the night. All I promise is that I won't make any decisions. Not until the moment. But I was hoping your mother would talk to you about it.
She hasn't spoken to me about it.
I told her because I can't make this decision on my own. I needed someone to call me on if it was just bullshit or if it was real.
It is bullshit, and you know it.
I don't.
You do. I know you do. You're smarter than that. You think you're gonna end up like your mother, blinded by going on a wild crusade of her own. Your intelligence matches, but it doesn't mean that you'll become her. Your actions dictate who you become. And if things turn out correctly, I look at Courtney, this wouldn't happen.
And we're making sure it won't happen. Dad, listen to me. I know how you feel. I get that.
No, you don't.
But it's time. No, listen to me. It's. You have another chance to make a different legacy. We have another chance to make a different legacy. One that the people of the East would want to fall under. The entire world would want to respect. Not some shitty family, lineage that's already there. We can go and turn this around. We are able to change something that, for the longest of time, hasn't been able to be done. We can start an entire new lineage, and I'm sure the entire world needs it, Dad. Jojo needs it. Evelyn needs it. Everybody needs it.
I look down.
You don't have to take the king's position wherever you get there. But I know you well enough that you make sure that someone who is reasonable and deserves to be up there, who won't lead the entire world into a death trap, will be put up there.
Courtney,
And
do you understand that nobody deserves the throne?
No, they don't.
They earn it.
They
earn it and show that they're worthy of it.
A privilege
I know that.
I will never have.
That's why I'm saying, my dad, he chooses anyone else, he'd know who he'd choose.
I look to Esmera. I will try, but I need you to promise me something.
And what is this promise?
If I die, not by my own hand, but by her If you survive, I need you to promise me that you'll be okay, that you'll push through, that you'll go on living. I'd like to think that I'm important to you, but I can't be, but I'm not everything. I need you to promise me that you will be alright if I do fall.
You can see her cross her arms a little bit, her hands going over her bracers. I cannot promise anything.
Try. You read my journal. I'm scared of what will happen if I do go. By my hand or another.
I can't promise anything.
Well then, I suppose that'll have to do. And I love you both.
Coco would go, and she would go and give you a hug, but she does a decently long embrace where she starts crying a little.
I hug her back, but Garrick doesn't cry. He's made up his
After
mind.
when she goes and hugs him, a moment pass, and Rosmira also joins in on this hug.
Yep. Alrighty. Well, let's get your brother
Mom?
into Evelyn.
Dad, I'm gonna make sure that things get set here. We'll do it together.
Assuming Courtney leaves first, but before Rasmira leaves.
Yeah, she'll go and leave first.
She called you Mom.
She called me Mama while we were on Coconut on the way to see Queen Exilus.
There's a genuine smile on Garrick's face. I will say, being a family with you, with them and you, does sound like something worth living for.
It's priceless.
That it is. Well, I got my rest. Let's get the others up and head to the base. Oh, and tell Ellerin I haven't made any decisions yet. I'm sure he doesn't want to talk to me, considering.
Knowing how he blew up in your face,
It's understandable. Yeah. It's understandable.
I'm still upset about it.
Well,
but
I
I do not let myself go that far.
What a tangle.
You hear from the distance the shouting of Courtney. Wake up, old man!
He's not sleeping. He has his long rest.
I already got my trance, so
yeah,
I'm
he already got his trance. He's up.
She's still trying to lightly kick you. Wake the fuck up! Don't fall back to sleep on us, old man.
I'm not asleep.
He does. He's an elf. He doesn't sleep.
Yeah, I know that, but I still like to yell at him, though. I mean, it's not every day that I get to yell at this guy.
He kind of turns because he's sitting down in his tent, but he's kind of turned his head towards her. He's like, "Keep it up. Not in the mood right now."
Courtney, leave him alone.
Okay.
I advise you to leave him alone.
Let's get the others up, though. Sister would most definitely want to speak with him soon.
Speaking of which, I need to.
Well, maybe.
Speaking of which, I need to see how well they are in terms of combatants. I have a fair idea of what you can do. When we get there, I'm going to need to spar with them to see exactly what we're working with.
Of course. That can...
And Ellerin...
Well...
Yes.
That can...
I haven't made any decisions yet.
He looks at Garrick and he's just like, right. as he starts packing up his stuff.
Can I insight you?
You can if you want. I mean,
I want to, just to get.
I mean, his perception's like through the roof, man.
I'll just
I
use
mean-
my passive of 22. So
And I'm giving myself guidance.
passive deception. That's a thing.
Natural 20.
Okay.
natural 20.
Yep.
Yeah, he doesn't fucking believe you.
You can insight me.
I might as well.
Dude, you kind of have to, like, at this point.
28 also.
Garrick has genuinely not make any decisions about his fate whatsoever.
To be fair, he's still not convinced.
Fair enough. What, should I roll persuasion
He's
then?
still not fully convinced. I'm still pissed.
Should I roll persuasion? Richard? Should I?
I don't think that would work against player
No.
characters.
No, that's why I'm
If
asking him.
If
That's
he
why I'm asking him.
decides to stay, if he decides to say unconvinced, then that's
He's
his
just
choice.
not convinced.
Okay.
You gotta convince him otherwise.
There's no way to convince him until the end happens, so that's on him at this point.
Yeah.
Believe me, don't believe me. I suppose I'll know the answer once the end comes. Whether you choose to believe me or not is up to you.
He says
By
no.
the way, if we're going to try to get back to camp as soon as possible, might I suggest a different course of route? There's a passageway
Got it, we'll take it.
between. I haven't even said anything, Dad. To the north, that plenty of traders go in and out of. Though why you guys didn't come here beforehand and take that route, I don't know why. But I used that shortcut.
Well,
and
you-
there's nothing there.
Well, you have the benefit of hindsight.
Now, if you're done yelling at us and such, how about we start packing and
Yep.
start making our way there?
Oh no, she wasn't yelling at you guys, but yeah, of
And
course.
Ellerin, what you choose to believe is up to you. As I pack up my stuff.
All right. The others are then woken up.
I wake up Solace, and then I go and I wake up Korvac the same way I wake up Solace, and that's throwing my shield at him. Just dumping my shield on him.
Do I need to improve it?
I mean that I would love for you to improve it, but right now get up.
Mom, make it sharper. So that way, when you actually throw it at someone, it has a chance of piercing them.
Why would I want to do that?
Yeah, you would have to throw
Look,
your
hey,
shield. That's
We don't need a Captain America this
one
year.
second, one
okay?
second. You would have to throw your shield. That leaves you defenseless, and it's not like it bounces back to you. That's totally impractical.
I mean, I
Because
could
you're a
just
capable fighter.
if you want me to cut him, I could just
I
use
mean-
this,
I mean,
and I pull out the
technically-
great sword of sharpness.
Also, if you try to use it as like a melee weapon, like you would have to expose some of your stuff that the shield can't protect. Like the whole point of having a shield is to protect yourself. It's not an offensive weapon. Plus,
That's why you go and you put spikes on it, Dad.
that's just asking for an
It's called a
opening.
buckler.
It's
I mean,
called an opening.
actually, I do know how to replicate that dancing weapon spell, so I could.
Yeah, but
Oh
like
man, you can do that on the shield.
And actually, there is a shield that there is a magical shield that when you say its command word, it hovers for 1 minute and protects you and still grants you its AC.
Yeah, but that's
But
magic.
it leaves your hand free.
Yeah, it does leave your hand free, but that is magic. Anyways, now let's get a move on.
So that's like the 5th pillow that you have burned this month. Past couple months. Anyway, get up. We got to get moving.
Right, so Jacob, assuming does anything happen on our journeys to there?
Nah. I mean, unless if you guys wanted to converse with one another, but nothing else will happen.
Garrick is letting Ellerin have his space, letting the group have his space, considering that,
Yeah.
if Ellerin wants to talk
It's
to you...
Ellerin, and he tends to blow up in these kind of situations.
I know, but that's why I responded appropriately with, believe what you will. We won't truly know until what happens, so believe what you want.
So who's writing? I know Solus is riding with Korvac.
I'm riding on Coconut since I can't ride on the Alistair right now, obviously.
When you,
I
when
can't
you-
ride on Alistair because Alistair don't like me.
So you're riding with me.
And Corny
Rasmira,
will ride with other men.
whenever you say Solus and Korvac are riding together, she just kind of makes a kissy face towards them.
It's just kissy kissy.
Anyways, so yeah, so
It's up to the players.
No.
anyways, so does anything happen on the road to the base?
No,
All right, so
when you guys make another 2 days of travel, stopping over here. The next day at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, you guys emerge into the deep forest over here. When you guys get to
we're
this
on the
clearing-
we're on the other map. We're on the world
Yeah.
map.
No, you guys are on this map.
We're on the castle map. We're not on the
Oh.
north map.
Yeah, give me a second. Me bad.
Yeah.
Okay, no. So, you guys make your way and you stop another night there. And you guys reach to this forest clearing over there by 2 o'clock in the afternoon the next day. As you guys get to the clearing, Courtney is gets off the mount and walks in front of you guys and kind of just hold up her hand, signaling to stop.
I land Coconut.
Well, we're here. I know it doesn't look like anything here.
Illusions.
Give me
I
just
understand.
a second. She grabs a nearby branch and she goes over to this large walk to the left of you guys and she kind of makes a little tune. With that, you guys hear a kind of a bird calling coming from within the forest clearing, and immediately a little door opens up, and she goes walking inside of it.
I follow.
We follow.
Also,
You guys arrive into a really large encampment. There are let me describe to you guys what you got. So think of this as kind of like not only the regular buildings set up on here, there's kind of like little watchtowers in the trees, kind of like the Ewok encampment from Star Wars.
yeah, Return Jedi. I
A
understand.
little bit. Yeah. They have people scouting, people talking, people, doing all sorts of stuff. And here are the armor that they're wearing. So you see immediately on the helmets of some of the soldiers they are wearing a silver helmet with a red phoenix attached to it, kind of like a mask on the middle of the helmet. The chest plate is a darkened silver color with the symbol that you guys would immediately recognize that Erin, was wearing on her cape.
Yep.
The torso and boots are also a darkened silver color, but they have kind of a red flame running up towards the chest area. This place is huge.
Yep.
However, one of the you guys hear in the distance, Commander Cornelius is back. Make way for her. With that, people bustling the streets. They all kind of lined up and salute her.
I'm following right beside her
Great to
too.
be- Yep.
Yeah,
Great to
we're
be back.
probably following right behind.
No, I'm beside her. Not behind her. I'm beside her.
They line up towards kind of a hill area towards the base of the mountain. And with this, you see a familiar figure walk out. You see Evelyn. Now, I got some...
So, Erin,
Yeah, picture.
I knew you were a woman.
There's a theme.
She has a theme for her. We actually pull her picture out onto
A woman
the...
with big feet.
Didn't she have? I thought she had tiny feet.
Tiny
She has
feet.
tiny
Oh,
feet.
she had tiny feet.
Oh, then wait. Then whose
So-
whose footprints did we see? Because you said that those
It
were large
was
feet.
No, it
no,
was small.
It was
They're
small
tiny
feet.
foot.
It was tiny footprints, and she has tiny feet.
You
Yeah.
guys see before you about a 5'4" half elf looking
She's a full elf.
person.
She's a what elf? She is
Okay,
what
full
elf?
elf.
What elf?
Full elf, standing before you guys, looking at the rest of the campground. You see hanging to her side the Tango Morte. She's not dressed up in any armor, but she's dressed up in kind of casual yet militaristic type of clothes. And she looks at you guys, and her eyes widen. And from the moment that looked kind of like a sigh of relief, Elrin, you guys immediately see her her tones change from kind of surprise to just anger,
Oh,
sadness, and just kind of cold-hearted.
He's not saying it. He's kind of wide-eyed. I mean, he knows what he kind of expected something. He knew she was gonna be older, but he's kind of standing there. He's not moving forward or anything. He's kind of just standing there, hands at his side, just not really knowing what to do.
Hey kid, I figured you were a woman when we first met you.
If you want to hit him, you can borrow my hammer.
Yeah.
Yeah, Courtney, they kind of found me. Oh, not Courtney. Evelyn, they kind of found me.
I suspected
Elrin,
when I met
she-
you.
Didn't exactly make it hard for us to find you.
1 second. I suspected when I met you. I point to Evelyn. It was reinforced by her actions. I point to Courtney, and then at that point I was able to put 2 and 2 together.
Courtney, hold on. Courtney, I need to speak with you for a moment. Yeah, sister? Walks up. Immediately, she gets backhanded.
I grab her hand before she can do that. I was going to say I ready in
No,
action.
you guys are.
Dude, I was about to
she
say.
goes up there.
I was about to ready in action to block her before she did that.
No,
Because I had a feeling this was going to
that's the
happen.
thing. Because she guards step in front of you before you can actually go up, right up there. They don't know who you are.
Oh, I'm standing right next to my daughter, dude. I have not left her side.
No, Courtney. No, what I'm saying is that Courtney walks up to her.
Oh,
She's
yeah.
up further up the hill. So no, you wouldn't be able to reach.
Fine,
her
fine.
arm.
I didn't realize. I didn't
Yeah,
realize.
she
Didn't
went
realize.
up the hill.
You would be
Didn't-
blocked from the way up.
Didn't realize.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
She goes and backhands her. I told you not to get spotted. Yeah, well, what can you do when it comes down to my father in the group?
Also, if you hit my daughter
they're about
again,
that.
if you hit my daughter again, queen or not, there will be hell to pay.
Yeah, and there will be
Don't
hell to pay upon you. In any case, Father, should I say Elrin, need you to come up here as well.
Oh, I think I know what's coming as he just walks up.
With this, the guards also block your guys' path, and she goes and tries to throw a punch at you.
I guess he'll. You know what? To be fair, he probably knows that she's gone through hell, so he's honestly just gonna take it. He's just gonna
Yeah.
just look at her. As she punches him, his head turns aside a little bit. His eyes are wide. It was like harder than I thought it would be.
Yeah. That's for being stupid and leaving and completely everything. And this, she goes and she gives you a hug.
He just hugs her
This-
right back.
Is for coming back.
You've been
So
through hell.
some,
You've been through hell, honey. You've been doing
yeah,
it
well,
by yourself, but not anymore.
that isn't exactly. Oh. Yeah, I have, and it hasn't been easy either.
It's all right. As he just
Good to
holds her to hug her.
She hugs you back tighter. It's good to see you alive at the very least again, though. I'm here to make sure that this doesn't happen again. And I mean it. I have failed too many times in trying to prevent such a thing. And I'm going to make sure I do this right.
Well, you won't do it
This
alone.
time, we're prepared. Each and every person here, they're ready. Even if they know they're gonna disappear, they know what's at stake.
They'll come back in a better world, better than what you had to endure.
Yeah,
Can
that's what
I?
I'd like to believe at. That's what I'd like to believe at right now. There's only so much that one girl can do. One army could do. Not even an army.
You won't. You'll have us too. Don't you worry.
With this, she goes, and she lets go. Now then, on to business.
Quite.
You were wanting to. You were wanting to do something, Alex.
Yeah, are the guards gonna let me through at this point?
She looks over at you guys. She looks at you guys. Guards, let them through.
First off, I hold up the future journal. Don't expect things to go the same as your time. We've already changed the timeline. Second, I was echoing off someone. I could hear it, but second, you. Oh, I heard it again. I'm echoing off someone.
Who are
One second.
Richard, I think it's you.
Hello.
Is it on me?
I think so. One second. Everyone quiet. Testing. You're likely.
It's Richard.
It's Richard.
It is me. Oh shit.
It's Richard.
See if we can fix that.
Second, you're the one who first revealed yourself in a decent disguise, but I was confident you were a woman to begin with. Mr. Aaron, I do believe.
But we've already changed a lot of stuff, and we have a lot of work to get done anyhow.
Third, I need to test you and Jonathan's combat abilities. I need to know what I'm working with here.
Figured as much. But let me make something clear, Garrick. And this goes for each and every one of you. Although you are our parents, you are within my territory of my encampment. What I say here goes. Understand?
Within reason. You're
Of
still a young kid. If I had to wager, you are probably in your 20s.
And you guessed correctly.
That means
of course,
that
I
you
know
still.
within
That means that
have
you
a
still.
lot to learn.
You do. You do. Your future was hell, but you weren't prepared properly. If you were, this probably wouldn't have happened as bad. I will need a complete list of the people under your command as well as their talents. As well, like I said, I point to my swords. We're gonna need to test your abilities to see what we're working with.
You will get the information, Garrick. However, she looks over at Elrin. It will be going through Elrin, then through the commanders, and then to you. I'm sure that will be reasonable. At least Korvac and Razmir will also get the information since they are on the same status as me, Elrin. Oh, me and Elrin. Is that reasonable?
No, but I'll go along with it for
Same
now.
status, what the hell do you mean by that?
I think
You
she-
two are princess and prince. Elrin is a prince, as I am also a princess.
Yes, but doesn't
This
mean
will
you
be
can't
going.
pull Garrick out. He was, at a time, a renowned general before y'all.
I saved the world before you even conceived. And on top of that, it's unreasonable, but I'll accept it for now. You definitely have inherited.
I don't exactly trust you as much as I know the others would, despite knowing the relationships between you guys.
I'm not
You are
asking.
still someone of the East, and no offense, I don't know that much about you. But
That
I am also.
Very discriminative. He has done nothing to harm you
Elrin,
all.
how did you raise your damn child?
He didn't.
At
We
the
died.
same time,
True.
at the same time, I also have taken in consideration preparations for this, that at the same time, you do have leeway here. You are, of course, Jojo's and Coco's father, and you are a renowned general. Of
Garrick,
course.
despite Garrick being insulted, he actually does smile. Okay, well, good to see you haven't inherited your mother's short-sightedness nor your father's nor your father's temper without restraint. That's good. We'll make. On top of that,
Only
you're wise enough
only
to
for
make
sh-
sure. One second. And you're wise enough to not trust the son of your most hated enemy. Clever. I can work with this.
I will say that in due time, I will change up the positioning.
In the
I
meantime.
intend to make sure that things that happen within this timeline happen correctly as much as we can. Fate isn't always on one side, so there's only so much that me and everybody else in this encampment can do. But for now,
Well, then you're in luck. Because as I walk past her, because this isn't my first time defying destiny. If you and Jonathan will meet me in the field over there. I do need to see your combat capabilities. I need to see how well you're trained, how well you're able to react in combat, and how you work with others.
of course. With that, though, she looks over to you. Garrick, one more thing. She goes in. She goes in to try to give you a hug. Will you let her give you a hug?
I will let her give me a hug, but she tries to hit me. I am blocking that shit.
No, she's not going to hug you. She's not going to hit you.
I pat her on the back.
She goes and give you a hug. It's good to see you alive and well, Uncle.
Good to see you too, kid. Good to see you too, kid.
We have a lot to catch up here.
Yep, but for now, I do need that. But I do need to test your abilities. So Garrick.
Of course.
Yeah, so Garrick's gonna wait for them to get ready so that we can test them out to see how well. Because we do, out of game, we really do need to know what we're working with here.
What they're capable of.
Yeah. Exactly. Mm-hmm. I need to know what spells my son knows. I need to know how much of a leader Evelyn is. I have a rough estimate on Courtney's capabilities and habits in combat enough to make an evaluation. So I just need to evaluate these two.
Oh, we get to see JoJo as well.
Yep.
Yep. Well then, with that though, question being is, do you want to continue forward with tonight's session?
I can do the combat encounter.
That is up.
I can do
I got plenty of time.
Yep.
I have plenty of time, Chief.
Alrighty.
Got
plenty of time.
Mr. Deacon.
Your opinion on this?
Oh, I was muted. What I was trying to say is that it's actually getting somewhat late, and I am feeling actually tired. So I don't know, but
I mean, if
we're going to continue, we should at least do the combat. To be fair, because it's only combat.
Yeah, I will say
we can do that.
I mean, if you do wish to go due to tiredness, you are free to go. I mean, any of you guys are.
Yeah, I don't think we're going. I don't think we're
staying here.
Yeah.
I did a Mistaki and Jenga monster before I started this, so I'll be up for a while.
All right. Anyways.
At least it wasn't Richard.
Yep. Anyways.
I told you I gave up monster.
Anyways, moving on. Yeah. So I'm going to test their capabilities.
Yeah. Well, that's the case. I'm gonna go ahead and
have a good night.
You guys
have a good night, JoJo.
See you later, love.
Deacon.
Have a good night, Deacon.
Wow.
I'm tired.
And watch out for Dio.
Watch out for Dio.
All right. Anyways.
All right.
Yep.
With this, she yells out, "JoJo!" And you see from a little hut down the hill to your guys' right, you see JoJo come out. Give me a second. Let me pull him up here.
Oh.
You see standing before you a 6 foot tall, really stockily built. Yeah, he's a very stocky and well physiqued Earth Genasi. And dressed up in kind of a what type of style of armor is that?
He's a sorcerer, so he doesn't.
He shouldn't be wearing.
Well,
armor.
I'm trying to describe the clothing. Is what I'm trying to.
Leather, probably.
It kind of looks like the clothing from the Earth Kingdom in Avatar.
Okay.
And he's carrying a staff. Yes. Yes, Evelyn?
You can say hi to your father for starters.
Dan? I missed you so much.
I pat him on the back as he hugs me. Good to see you
I thought
too.
you weren't supposed. I was told you weren't supposed to be here at Hall. I didn't think I'd
Yeah,
get to see
well,
you guys again.
unfortunately, Evelyn made me suspicious, and then your sister confirmed it.
Sis, Evelyn's gonna be. Oh.
Yeah, it already happened. Don't worry.
It's already happened.
Yep, alrighty.
Hi,
Nice to
Mom.
see you again, kid.
Hi, Jonathan.
Hey, Uncle.
Hey, alright.
We have a lot of catching up to do.
We do.
But first, I have a feeling you're wanting to test me on my combat.
Both of you. I need to see how well of a commander Evelyn is to see what I'm working with her, and I need to see what you're capable of. I'm assuming that your innate magical blood has flourished over the years.
Give me like 10 minutes. I need to finish going up healing a wound for someone.
Go ahead. In the meantime, Garrett pulls out his 2 scimitars. I will be loosening up.
Fair enough. After we are done with this fight, we will need to start making out plans. I have an idea of where we're. This is Evelyn, by the way. I have an idea where we're going to be going. I have an idea of what to do, but there is a lot of other things that needs to be prevented. Of course, I can't take everything.
We can't
here.
prevent everything. All we can do is prevent the big stuff.
Well, the big stuff just so happens to be a little bit of some of the other stuff, such as the Underwood and the other affiliations that I'm sure you are quite well aware of.
Yep. We'll figure that out. For now, I do need to test you.
Yep. 10 minutes go by. Let me go and set you guys up. You guys kind of get brought over to a kind of a little campment food area, but it's kind of set up to be also a combat area.
Yep. Anyways.
This is where we typically do combats in terms of ambushes, and because we don't have exactly proper field set up, this is where we're going to have to do our training.
You two are fighting me. The goal is to get me to submit or get me down unconscious. I am not going to be holding back. Your enemy, and I don't expect you to either. Is that understood?
Right. Of course, old man.
Oh man, huh?
I can't wait to see my uncle in action, though. So wait, this is okay. So this is Evie and
John
Courtney.
versus Evie and John versus me, because I know what Courtney's capable of.
Okay.
I need to see what these two are capable
We
of.
know what Courtney's capable of. I'm gonna sit there at the side. I made myself some tea, and I'm watching.
Ellerin will be kneeled down watching the fight go down. He especially wants to keep track of Evelyn.
Yep, because we do need to.
You will be put over there.
The point of this exercise is for Evelyn to be put in a situation where she won't be at full capability in terms of her allies. I need to see how she's going to adapt to a situation where she is put off balance by the norm. That's the reason why I'm not having Courtney here. And I also need to see what Jonathan's capable of, so 2 birds, 1 stone. 22 initiative.
Oh, that's Courtney. Let me select the roles.
Yeah, so 2 birds, 1 stone. Also, key point, I'm wielding the +2 scimitars, which I do need to name.
Okay.
And no, I'm not naming them Agnes and Rubara. Agni and Rubara. I'm not naming them that.
Agni.
Yeah, it's a
All
fair
right.
link, right? Alright, so Evelyn is going first. Good.
Alright, so JoJo is gonna go last, but that's fine. All things considered, he is meant for support. Let me grab the music for this, because I did pick out. Here we go.
Oh, shoot.
Alright. Let's do this, Uncle.
Alright, she's going first. I am not within rage.
Let's see, looking at her. No, that's not. Okay. Do this thing.
Oh, you know what I'm gonna name the
So-
swords? I'm gonna name my main hand scimitar Tao and the offhand one Xian.
So she is going to use a. She's going to first do a bonus action. She is going to do insightful fighting. You will. So what this? Let me actually. Let me just click on this and pull it up. Oh, it doesn't do that. So at third level, you gain the ability to decipher an opponent's tactics. Yes, Ellery. Thank you. I didn't know how to bring it up, so she is going
Yeah,
to make
there's a
Alright.
insight.
Yep.
Yep.
Oh, that's how you. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
24?
And I had to roll a deception, and because it's not my turn in combat, I cannot. I need to roll a natural 20 to pass this. Okay, so. Yep, okay.
Alright, so if you succeed, you can.
Yeah, she can use her sneak attack against me.
So, yep, she is going to use her sneak attack. She's gonna come up. She's
What'd she roll?
sneak attack. 30?
That hits. Good. Plus 12. Smart. She has a 5 dex and 5 proficiency. 23 also hits. Roll damage, dude. Oh, I'm resistant to that anyways, and the sneak attack is based off the weapon, so...
Yeah.
22... 1 second. 22, cut down half to 11, and... 20...
ignore sneak attack for the second.
Yeah, and sword
Yep.
sneak.
And then 4
Then-
radiant, so... That was...
For her offhand attack.
No,
she
that...
is
Dude,
going to
she
use-
can't use an offhand because that's a bonus action. She used her bonus action to do insightful fighting.
Oh, yeah, that is a bonus action. That's true.
So 20...
Fair
22,
enough.
cut down half to 11, and 4. So 15. 15 points of damage to Garrick. Not bad. Good. Alrighty.
Alright, that is going to be your turn.
It's my turn now. Garrick is going to rage. So everything she does, I'm resistant to now.
I am going to rage.
Yeah, I know.
I am going in rage.
And I'm going to attack her a bit recklessly, I think. 41. I know that hits.
Yep, that
for 11
hits.
slash damage, and for my... Oh, wait, my bad. Did not mean to roll that one. Ignore that one. Because I can't do an offhand, because I...
Okay.
God.
32 to hit her. For an additional 11 points of slash...
32.
Oh, wait, shit, I forgot to add Rage and Divine Fury damage, so... Add 3 to do those, and I need to roll Divine Fury for 1. And I know she's not Azamar, so... Alright, so... 14, 28... 33 points of damage to her.
Yep. Divine Fury. Let me add that in there. So that's...
Yep, and also plus 3 to Rage, so, 30...
Alright, with that, it's JoJo's turn. JoJo! Now! You got it. He is going to cast Polymorph to turn you into a chicken.
That's a wisdom saving throw on my end.
Chicken.
What's his spell DC?
A chicken. You're gonna need to make a 17.
Oh, that's... Yeah, I should...
He's fine.
I'm fine.
He is fine.
I
Yep.
shrug it off.
Let's
Good,
see.
clever, but it won't always work. You'll have to adapt.
Yep. Oh, I know that, Dad.
Alright, that's his action,
I have
and
to fight my dad now.
it's her turn again, I believe.
Yep. She is going to attack you with the Sunblade. Oh, that misses. Second, 24 hits.
Yeah, 24 hits, since she has 2. Now, add sneak attack to this. Because again, she
Well, no,
gets
because
that.
she's not. That's only if she.
Nope.
They last for a minute.
It
It lasts for a minute.
It lasts for a minute.
Oh, last for a minute. All
Yep,
right.
anyways,
And she doesn't have disadvantage on the attack.
and
Let
on
me
top of
just
that,
hold on.
it's,
I'm gonna reload that. Okay, just add the 12 to that.
and
and then
then
she's-
reduce, because
Oh.
again, halved.
Yeah.
20,
She's
10,
gonna attack
10
you.
damage.
Wango Muerte. Oh, fucking hell. 30.
That's fine, dude. I'm resistant to
Nat
all of
20.
this, and also ignoring the sneak attack. 13 cut down half to 6.
Mhm.
Okay, I have an idea of what these kids are capable of.
She lashes at you in quick succession.
Not bad. You see my movements and read them. Good. You're a capable warrior, but let's see about your commanding skills, especially when you're down under. And I'm going to bonus action activate Radiant Soul. I told them I wasn't going to hold back.
Ooh.
And I'm feeling a little reckless.
Oh, I know.
26. This is gonna hurt. 38 points of damage on the first swing.
Jesus, that's chunks
That
of damage.
works.
And then second attack, which again I only get, which is 22. Jacob? Oh shit, break frozen. Does a 22 hit?
Hold on.
Oh, he's there. He's there.
Is that 22 hit?
Hold on, that's
20. I think
25,
22
that's
does hit.
38, that hits.
Alrighty, for an additional 13 points of damage. So,
Alright, so
she
that's
suffers 38. 51 points of damage this round, as I hit her with a scimitar. So yeah, 51 points of damage. She has got to be low on health at this point, because I've just done I've done 80-ish health to her.
Alright.
Jacob, real quick, throughout the battle, I would notice that her fighting style is much different from mine. Or in that case,
It's a little bit
Ian's as well.
different.
Yeah, it's different. It's definitely different. Garrett notices that too. It's now Jojo's turn.
Let's see, what is he going to use? He is going to use... He is going to then, Evelyn looks at her, looks at him, and just kind of nods her head, and he is going to then go and cast Shield on her.
Shield of Faith, you mean? Shield is a reaction spell.
Right, no.
Shield's a reaction
He is going
spell.
to, yes, Shield is a reaction spell. My bad. He is instead going to... He is going to then heal her.
Alright, cure wound. Or healing word or cure wound?
No,
yeah.
he is going to do mass heal wounds. Or,
Mass cure wounds. Alrighty, good. Good.
So let's cast that. That is going to be...
5th level, unless he upcasts it to 6.
Yeah, 5th level.
Oh, that is not a good heal.
Ooh.
No, it's not. But with this, that's the end of her turn. She is going to second wind.
Smart.
As a bonus action.
That's a bonus action, but she does lose her main hand attack.
Yep. That's 1d6. Alright, so actually get the dice rolled up. 10.
It's a d10 plus her fighter level, so she's level 13, I believe, based on the proficiency scene.
Plus her.
We'll add 7. Add 7 to that, so... Oh, wait, no, she's multi-classed, right. So
Yeah,
she only heals 10.
Yeah.
She only heals 10. She only heals... Okay, she heals 24.
Yeah.
She doesn't even heal half what I did her. She barely heals half what I did her. Oh, this poor girl.
With this, though, let's see. She is going... Let's see. Action turn. With this, she is going... let's see. No, wait, is that...
She has an action, so what is she going to do? Because she was very limited, and if I'm going to be honest, I could probably take her in one more round.
She's going to use Action Surge on her.
Okay,
to
so
give
she gets
herself
2
an
attacks.
Extra attack.
Yep.
Not an extra attack on this turn.
Yep. What level?
So
She's
yeah,
a
no.
6 level
Attack.
fighter, so she has 4 attacks. She has 4 attacks against me.
Yeah, she has
Roll them.
4
27
attacks.
hits, natural 20
Yeah,
hits,
20.
natural 20 hits,
Yeah,
20,
another
21
20.
hits. Well, that's
Shit.
5 wrong, but roll the 2 natural 20s and then roll the other damage, and I'll add them up
Yeah.
in a calculator and then divide them all by 2. Okay.
Oh,
And there's
also
a sneak
'cause the
attack in
snake
there.
Well, for
sneak
one of them.
attack.
The first one was the sneak attack one, so that is not nat 20'd.
And then Did the 21 miss?
21, I think.
20 hits. 21 hits. Definitely. 21 definitely hits. 1 second.
Okay, so a lot of. Let's see, so that's.
6, so 8.
68
another
points of
8.
damage. I have a calculator here.
Okay.
Divided by 2 is
Dude,
34
that's
points of damage.
30,
34.
34 points damage.
I'm still not even below half. Alrighty, I look at her.
Alright, that's the end of her turn.
Good, good. Keep the pressure on. Don't let your opponent up. Don't let your opponent off the hook. Keep the pressure on. Recklessing, by the way. 30. I forgot to add the other stuff, so I'll just do that on the next hit since I can. Yeah, but 17 points of damage on the first swing. Second swing with all the divine stuff. You know, still, yeah. All right, Tao.
Probably gonna take her down.
Probably considering 30. For an additional
Alright, 3.
34 points of damage, so 51 points of damage so far.
Alright.
And I have a bonus action attack. $29.
Yeah.
For an
That,
additional
that
10 points of damage, so 17.
Yeah. You
40,
go.
51,
You
61
go
points
and
of
you
damage.
hit her. Yeah. How do you take her out?
As I do, as she's putting the pressure on. However, make sure your opponent isn't leading you in, and I sidestep her, trip her to the ground, and hit her head with the pommel of my scimitar.
The
As he does that,
scimitar.
Ellerin kind of just turns his head to the side, closes his eyes. So he's watching the whole thing.
I kind of place
Alright,
my
what's
hand
that?
on your shoulder if you're next to me because I'm also watching the fight.
I make sure not to do it I don't do it violently. I just do it to let her know she's down. And then I'm going to, because JoJo's still in combat, and the point of this is for him to adapt, because his opponent will let up on him. I move up to him with my swords drawn. Your commander's down. What do you do?
He is going to. He can't reaction cast any healing thing.
No, but it is
He
his
is
turn,
going
dude.
to
It's my turn.
reaction.
It's his
he-
turn.
Yeah, his turn. He is going to.
You know, I just realized this, but Garrick's mother is Elements, and I just realized he has an Earth Genasi son.
Just one big happy family.
So it's the fam, man.
Alright, so what's JoJo gonna do? If he leaves my range, he gets an opportunity attack, and I get all my shit.
He is going to cast Enlarge Reduce on you.
And he's gonna try and reduce me.
Yep.
What's the saving throw? Constitution. Oh, this poor boy. This poor boy. He's trying.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Garrick. He's trying so hard.
I can't go easy on him because our enemies won't, so I do have to prepare them for the worst case. Is it my turn?
It is your turn.
He doesn't have any bonus actions?
He might have Healing Word, but that's just to get her up. And I'm going to be honest, that's only us. Alrighty, well. Is he Azamar, by the way, Jacob? I do need to know for the purposes of damage resistance.
He is just. He did not inherit the Azamar.
Okay, then all this is going to be straight
He
damage.
did not get that. Yep. Unfortunately.
And I'm going to Reckless. Yep, 18.
And spaghetti. And never forget it.
Oh, that poor boy. Yeah, that's it.
This is going to be a lot of damage. 38 points of damage to him.
Oh, shit.
Second attack. 27.
Yeah, that hits.
An additional 15 points of damage. So 53 so far. And then my offhand weapon.
Oh, wait a minute. Hold on.
What?
Oh, I was wrong about that. Ooh.
He has shield as a reaction.
Believe because... No, because of his Divine Soul Sorcerer, I believe. He
That-
has Celestial Resistance, so he is resistant to Necrotic.
Celestial Resistance is a
But-
protect your Azamar thing.
Okay, so then he did...
And
He
I
got
have...
some of it. He didn't get all of it.
Asmar in general.
Yeah, that's Azamar, so...
Asmar in general.
So does he have resistance to radiant damage, Jacob? Because that affects the damage
He
pool.
does have... He
Okay,
does
so
have
20.
resistance
So
to
give him
radiant.
assuming you did all the damage, it's not 25 then, but it is 11. So 14. He takes 27 points of damage, then another 15, so 42, and then does a 19 hit him because again, recklessly.
Oh, it's 17. So
Does a 19 hit him?
19 does hit, so that's on the
7.
additional 10.
Yep, 7 more points of damage, so 49 points of damage to him.
In total?
Yep, 49 points of damage in total. With the resistance, because it's 22 points of damage, cut down half to 11, plus the 3 rage, so 14, plus 13, 7, plus 13, so
Yeah.
27, plus 3, so 30, plus 12, so 42, and then plus 7, so 49.
49 points of damage off 15. That's... Alright.
You don't have a lot of time left. Your opponent's winning. What do you do? As I'm sidestepping him.
He is going to then cast Ice Storm on you.
Okay, what saving throw do I need to make, and what's the radius?
So it's going to, it is a 20-foot radius, 40-foot high. He's gonna, let me just draw it out. If it hits, it's gonna be here. You need to make a dexterity saving throw.
I have advantage because of danger sense. 17. It's the same as his spell. 15,
Oh,
but
Fail.
fanatical
Oh,
focus.
right,
I
yeah,
get fanatical focus. I'm gonna reroll that. And then if that doesn't work,
damn it, come on.
Oh.
however,
Poor boy.
however, I'm going to use my favorite by the gods. I pass with a 19.
Alright.
So I take half
Wait,
damage,
you
I
use-
believe.
You use fanatical focus to do your.
Oh wait, no,
second
that's right,
roll.
that's right. So I fail. I do fail. So what's the effects?
Okay. So a creature takes 2d8 bludgeoning damage and 4d6 cold damage on a failed save, or half as much as
Yeah.
the success was one. Hailstones turn the storm area of effect into difficult terrain.
So basically,
until
I'm
the
going
end
to
of
take
your
half
turn.
of 1 damage and some cold damage. So roll the dice. This isn't going to be enough to kill me, unfortunately.
Oh, but he's doing
Upcast
okay.
that.
Okay, so
Let's try it.
17 points of damage. Not bad, kid.
It's either that or he tries casting Fireball, but he knows he's smart enough to know. No, not this close.
Yep, exactly. As I'm saying there in the storm,
18.
good kid. But you should have focused on healing your health before you cornered me with this, and I'm going to attack him. Recklessly. 24. So some of this is going to be reduced. Alright. 19 cut down half is 9. 12. 25 points of damage for the first swing. Jacob.
Oh,
25. Yeah, 25.
20... Okay. Let me 25 for the first swing.
Second attack, which 26 to hit. We're another 18 points of damage, so he has got to be close. He is a sorcerer. Those boys do not have a lot of health.
Yeah, you take him out.
As I do, I hook my sword. As I'm doing this flurry of things, I make him confused by my moves, and I hook the swords into his staff, pull it out, and reverse grip pommel hit him in the gut.
All right. With this, he what is your? What the hell is?
You fought good, kid.
I'll check on that one later.
Yeah, just
Well-
later since it's already over.
I'm not so much of a fighting type.
No, but you do have, but you do know spells that are, which is good. You can't rely on your allies to protect you forever. However, you should have healed her before you did the ice storm. Get her behind me so she has a natural talent at seeing her opponents' weaknesses and movements. Your priority should have been healing her.
With this, Ellerin
That
would
is
go
true.
over and help get Evelyn up.
Yeah, I'll go help Evelyn up. I'll bring her back to consciousness.
And
Yeah,
you,
She's not
Useful.
yeah, I know. I just had her on one knee.
exactly knocked
And
out.
you,
Yeah.
you rely too much on your partner's spellcasting abilities, thinking that they would do me in. Sometimes they work, sometimes they don't. You have to adapt and play to their strengths. You have a blade that can fly. That gives you leeway to make more attacks to distract your opponent. Your goal shouldn't be trying to take me down necessarily, it should give your partner an opening.
Then again, you do have a fair point. At the same time, you can have my teacher's thanks for that one. And judging based on from what I'm sure Courtney has told you already enough, I'm sure you might have a few words with that person.
I'll do. It doesn't matter.
All I do is a growl.
Yep. Oramus, then.
He wasn't
Okay.
too bad, but I'm not exactly fit to be a barbaric type. Don't play that
No.
style.
No, but you do need to play to your strengths better. Oramus is a fighter, but he's very narrow-minded in his vision. Odds are he only taught you how to fight another warrior and was very limited on spellcasters. As well, he's stubborn, so he doesn't work well with others. I noticed that your teamwork was lacking. You have plans, but they don't benefit each other, they benefit the moment. You need to do both. I didn't.
After that,
That is true.
oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I didn't stop Talric on my own. I worked with others. You two need to learn to work with each other better than you already are. That goes for Courtney too. Based on what I can tell with her, she's used to fighting by herself, going into the front recklessly. She needs to rely on you two.
Of course.
Your fighting
And
style
that
is
means-
very different.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Elrin, or well, Dad, I didn't exactly want to go full on your fighting type. I do appreciate your fighting type.
Smart.
At the same time, I do appreciate Mother's fighting type, and I wanted to do a little bit of both, where I can make
But
it
think
count.
for yourself. Don't
One
just
second.
try to imitate me,
Yes.
Ernestine.
She's not. She's doing a new combination. She seems to
I know.
analyze her opponent, and then it just so happens that her current fighting style complements it.
Yes. I was trying to say that I'm glad that you think for yourself. My bad. That you're not trying to imitate me, Ernestine.
The way I see it, Dad, both fighting styles have their ups and weaknesses, but when they're mixed in together, they can make for a versatile, a variety of attacks that one can do.
A versatile skill set.
Yes.
That's what you're trying
Yes.
to say.
Regardless, though, I didn't want to go on into the full-on barbarian like Onrus was wanting me to do. In fact, I managed to take him down a couple of times myself.
Oramus,
Which brings it down to the next point. Aunt,
Yes.
As much as I know you don't like Ormerus, and as much as I'm sure we are all aware of his biggest deeds, he himself cannot fall at any point in time within the next year or so. He is much needed.
She visibly bites her lips and she nods.
Trust me, I would love to go and cut the guy's balls off myself, but I can't do
No.
that.
She's right, as much as I hate to admit it. We need every ally we can get. However, Ormus is a little narrow-minded. We need him where he's most useful. In the meantime, you three need to coordinate better.
Of course.
Teamwork can get you a long way.
That's what we've been trying for the past couple of years.
But it seems like you guys don't want to really rely on each other.
No.
You, each and every one of you, are strongly independent, but there are times, especially in combat, where relying on one and each other is the best way to play.
Exactly.
Unfortunately, Aunt and Uncle, during our time, we didn't have too much. Aside, whenever we got the army raised, we didn't exactly have too much time to work together.
You have time now.
At best.
You have time now.
At least communicate.
Give me a second. At least during this time, I've been trying at the very least to make sure we get time. Unfortunately, leading an army doesn't exactly allow that. At the same time, we try to make contact with each other as much as possible when we were out on the fields, whether it be in some other different places or not. Thankfully, with Jojo being able to, with the amount of magic he's been able to do, we've been able to coordinate out different attacks, I'll bet, from different positions, you could say.
Smart but limited. Specific attacks only apply to certain scenarios. If you rely too much on them, you will fall apart when the situation changes.
Yes, this is true, but that also the only reason that we have been relying on such tactics is because we're not exactly a 1 in a million army like Cidria is currently. We're remnants of what's left. We only have about a good few 100,000 soldiers or so. At least back whenever there. We don't exactly have enough. So we were only really limited based on our guerrilla tactics at the time.
And all you have to do is be clever.
Yep, exactly.
And that's what we try to do.
Now,
we try to.
You don't try, you accomplish or fail. I say as looking towards Rasmira.
She smiles subtly.
Every morning, and try to make sure that we get any and all soldiers back home as possible.
In the meantime, you two rest up. We're going. If you want to talk to anyone about trying to coordinate your efforts better, talk to any of us. We'll be more than willing to help. In the meantime, we'll need to plan our next move according. We know that the tree's coming up. We can't stop that. If I'm a betting man, I would assume that whatever they have underground in Zenith City is probably valuable, but most likely guarded well.
Which is why we already were planning on a little strike force mission to take it down without being caught. We already have some information, and scouts have already gone through there. I'll bet we've tried to do it at most parts at night, where the enemies are at their weakest. We have already gotten a sort of plan melded together to work this particular situation out while Courtney was handling the factory. In fact, we were actually about, within the next hour or so, have a little war meeting involving that.
Good.
However, when we get downtime, I suppose it wouldn't hurt to get a little bit of extra training in for
a little. But it's not going to be physical. You three are going to need to learn how to work together. If we fail, you're the last line of defense. You're still here, which implies that if we fail, you will still be here. We're going to make... If you can't save us, then you need to take our place. Is that understood?
Oh, most certainly.
Good.
And with that, she gives you a smile, Garrick, and she goes in and pats you on the shoulders. That's why, Uncle. you're here to help us,
I assume I'm not
along
invited
with
to.
the rest of the group.
I'm assuming I'm not invited to the war meeting, considering our earlier conversation.
No, no,
Good.
that'd be stupid of me. Besides, you got Aunt here, and I trust her well enough to kick your ass if you were to go any points of. Well, I don't think I need to say any more on that topic. That and grandmother. I know at least she's still alive.
Alrighty then.
Which, by the way, Rasmira,
Mm-hmm.
how is she doing, by the way?
She's doing fine.
That's good to hear.
Well, you know how she will do, so I suppose this is my new point. Verb pretenses really don't matter when it comes to... Verb pretenses are just thrown out the window when it comes to time travel.
Which, by the way, Garrick, I have something that I want to do.
I am holding an action to dodge in case she tries to attack me.
No, she looks at you. There's someone that meeting. Fortunately, I won't be going into NMI with you guys.
Smart.
I have something else I want to check on. I need to make sure that some unwanted visitors aren't with the ETH at the moment.
I'm assuming you mean the
You're
Death
welcome
Knight.
to. You're welcome to come along with that if you'd like, but
I would
that's
like to
up
check
to
it
you
out.
guys.
We'll figure it out. In the meantime, we'll need to
Yes.
plan properly.
Of course. Besides, we have some of the world's finest, both men and minds here. I'm sure we can figure something good out. Come, you guys, each and every one of you deserves rest. Welcome to the Rising Phoenix Army. And that is where we're going to end the session